A biblical case that dead people are not alive.
The presentation I'm going to make is found in your syllabus. Under Adventist Apologetics, you'll find the title, Three Inseparable Distinctive Doctrines. And I've been asked to deal with the state of the dead. But we're going to notice that there are two other doctrines that must be studied together with the doctrine of the state of the dead. And those two doctrines are the second coming and the judgment. Now, were you able to find that in your syllabus? Okay, we're going to follow it very carefully. So you'll be able to follow along because I'm basically going to do just what's in that material. As you see at the beginning of your material, there are three Bible doctrines that are inseparably linked or connected, and they must be studied together. If you get one of them wrong, you will probably get the others wrong as well. Those three doctrines are the state of the dead, the judgment, and the second coming of Jesus. Now, when as Adventists in evangelism we speak about the state of the dead, we always begin with Genesis chapter 2 and verse 7. So let's begin there in our study, Genesis chapter 2 and verse 7, and notice several very important points in that verse. It says there, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground." So man's physical nature is composed of dust. But then we're told that in order for that body to function, in order for that material body to function, it was necessary to have a power source, an energizing source. And so it continues saying, "And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being." So you'll notice here that man is materially composed of dust, and then God energized that body of dust so that it could function, so that the lungs could breathe, the heart could pump, and all of the functions could be performed by that body. Now, in our heads, God placed a brain, and the brain is the center of operations of the human nature. It processes everything. It makes decisions, it thinks, it calculates, it reasons. In other words, everything that comes into our brains is processed there and is recorded there. You'll notice that, therefore, as a person lives, what comes to the five senses is indelibly recorded in our brains. Now, we've studied what the Bible has to say about the origin of man. Now let's ask another question. What happens when a person dies? Go with me to Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 7. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 7. And you're going to notice that the phenomenon of death is the opposite of life. It says there in this verse that we usually read when we talk about the state of the dead, "Then the dust will return to the earth as it was." See, the physical nature of man returns to the dust as it was, "and the spirit will return to God who gave it." Now, I'd like to dwell for a significant period of time in our study today on what the Bible means by the Spirit. Generally, when we talk about the Spirit, we think that the Spirit is just basically the breath of life. When a person dies, their breath goes out and returns to God. But in our study, we're going to notice that the Spirit is far deeper than what perhaps even Adventists have seen before. Let me frame it this way. Do you think that Adam was a different person when he died at 930 years of age than the day that he was created? Very, very different. What made the difference? The difference was that he had 930 years of experience or personal identity. I choose to call it that way, personal identity. In other words, he was a collection of thoughts and feelings and actions and emotions that he'd had during those 930 years. He wrote his personal self-identity during those 930 years. Now, when a person dies, and we'll talk specifically about Adam as our example, when Adam died, his body, along with the brain, disintegrated in the dust. His vital force left him. In other words, he no longer had the energizing force, and therefore he died. But the question is, what happened to the 930 years of personal identity, personal self-identity that Adam formed while he was alive? Now, this might be a strange question to you. You know, maybe nobody has ever asked that question, as you've noticed before. What happened to the 930 years of accumulated self-identity of Adam when he died? Well, the fact is that the Bible has an answer to that. You see, the Bible tells us that as we live, every single word, every single action, every single emotion, every single feeling, every single aspect of our lives is recorded in what the Bible calls the books. Now let's read several biblical passages that speak about the books. What I want you to notice is that the books contain the record of our lives without missing absolutely anything. Everything is there. Every breath that we've taken is there. Every action, every word, every thought, every feeling, every emotion, inside and out, is recorded there in the books. Notice 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10. We'll come back to this one a little bit later. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that each one may receive the things done in the body, that means while we're alive, the things done in the body according to what he has done, whether good or bad. Question: are we all going to have to face someday what we did in the body, whether it was good or bad? According to 2 Corinthians 5 verse 10, yes. So does God keep a record of our works that we did within the body? Absolutely. Also our words. Notice Matthew chapter 12 verses 36 and 37. Matthew 12, 36 and 37. By the way, all of these texts are printed out in your material. I knew that we were going to have to go quickly, so I wasn't going to take the time to look for the text in the Bible, but they're all written here. Notice what Jesus said. But I say to you that for every idle word men may speak, they will give account of it on the day of judgment. For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned. Does God keep a record of our words? He most certainly does. But God also keeps a record of the secret things. He not only has a record of us outside, he has a record of us inside as well. Notice Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verses 13 and 14. It says, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is man's all. For God will bring every work into judgment, including, notice this, including every secret thing, whether good or evil. So in other words, God not only keeps a record of what we did and what we spoke, but also of what we thought. For example, right now, I could be looking at this dear sister sitting here in front, and I could, be saying wonderful things about her, but I could be thinking just the opposite. That's not the case. But I could be thinking just the opposite of what I'm saying. Do you know God not only records my nice words, he records the thoughts that are hidden behind the words. In other words, God keeps a record in the books of every aspect of our lives, inside and out. Notice also Daniel chapter 7, verses 9 and 10. Daniel chapter 7, verses 9 and 10. We're still talking about the books, the records, the place where God keeps a transcript, a written transcript of our lives. It says there in Daniel 7, 9 and 10, I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, its wheels a burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered to him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. Now notice this. The court was seated and the books were opened. What happens in the judgment? The books are opened. What do the books contain? They contain a transcript or a copy of our lives inside and out. So the record, in other words, of our lives survives after death because it's written in God's heavenly books. Notice one further passage, Revelation 20, 12 and 13. Although this is in the context of after the millennium, the principle applies as to how God performs the judgment. Revelation 20, 12 and 13 says, And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and books were opened. And another, we'll come to this in a moment, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. So you have books and you have book, singular. We'll talk about the book in a moment. So it says, I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life. And here comes the key portion. And the dead were judged according to their works by the things which were written in the books. What is it that the books contain? Our what? Our works. That's right. So, is God going to bring up the record of our lives in his judgment? Absolutely. According to this, yes. Now, you'll notice here that Jesus is in heaven in person. But on earth, he's found in 66 books. Because the Bible is a reflection, it's a written description of Jesus. All of the different aspects of Jesus. Each author has a different way of looking at Jesus Christ. And the cumulus is who Jesus is. Jesus is the Word of God in person. But he is also the written Word of God. Now, we are personally on earth, but in heaven we are in books. The heavenly books contain a complete biography of Adam as well as us. Every act, every word, every motive, every thought, every emotion, even every opportunity to do good, which we did not take advantage of. There is a complete record of our lives inside and out. God has another me in heaven in written form. In other words, Jesus is two places at the same time. In person, he is in heaven, but on earth, he is in books. I am personally on earth, but in heaven, I am in books. So in other words, there is another Steve Bohr in heaven without missing anything. And the angels are busy right now. And they're writing every word, and they're writing every thought that I'm thinking as I'm speaking to you. Now, the Bible speaks of books, but Ellen White speaks of photography. See, I think if the Bible authors that lived in our day, they would speak about cameras, and they would speak about videos, and they would speak about MP3s. They would use modern technology, because I'm sure that God uses a technology that's far more advanced than even we know. Notice what Ellen White has to say in Heavenly Places, page 360. She says, as the artist takes on the polished glass a true picture of the human face, so the angels of God daily place upon the books of heaven an exact representation of the character of every human being. In another statement, she says this, remember, your character is being daguerreotyped, that's an old word for photographed, by the great master artist in the record books of heaven. As minutely as the face is reproduced upon the polished plate of the artist, What do the books of heaven say in your case? Are you conforming your character to the pattern, Jesus Christ? So are you understanding that when Adam died, physically and personally, he went to the grave, his brain, his body disintegrated, the power source was unplugged, so to speak, but Adam still continued living in written form in the heavenly records, in the heavenly books. Now, you know I'm not saying that he was living consciously in heaven, right? He's up there, written in the records. In other words, there's a written transcript of Adam and of all of us in heaven. Now, what about the book, singular? The books contain the records of the life, not missing anything. What about the book, singular? Let's notice several texts. Philippians chapter 4 and verse 3. This is in your material, Philippians chapter 4 and verse 3. Paul is speaking about some of his fellow laborers. And I urge you also, true companion, help these women who labored with me in the gospel, with Clement also, and the rest of my fellow workers whose names are in the book of life. What does the book of life contain? It contains names. Notice Revelation 3 and verse 5. He who overcomes shall be clothed in white garments, and I will not blot out his name from the book, singular, from the book of life, but I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. Revelation 13 verse 8 is speaking about those who worship the beast in the end time. It says there, all who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book, singular, in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. And you remember when Israel practiced idolatry at the foot of Mount Sinai, that God said, I'm going to wipe out this whole nation, and Moses, I'm going to choose you, and I'm going to make you the leader of a new nation. You remember that Moses interceded with God. We find the words in Exodus 32, 31 to 33. Then Moses returned to the Lord and said, all these people have committed a great sin and have made for themselves a god of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, but if not, I pray, blot me out of your book, which you have written. Blot me out of your book, singular. And of course, Daniel 12 verse 1 speaks about the deliverance of God's people at the end of the time of trouble. It says there in Daniel 12 verse 1, at that time Michael shall stand up, the great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time, your people shall be delivered. These are those who are alive when Jesus comes. Your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. So what is it that the books contain? The books, plural, the books contain the transcript of the life without missing anything. What does the book contain? The book contains names. The book of life contains names. Now, with this in mind, let's take a look at the judgment and how it relates to the doctrine of the state of the dead. Let me ask you, how many of us must appear before the judgment seat of Christ? Is anybody exempt? No. Let's read 2 Corinthians 5, verse 10. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. For what reason? That each one may receive the things done in the body according to what he has done, whether good or bad. How many of us will have to render an account to God? All of us must stand before the judgment seat of Christ. No exceptions. The dead also? The living? Both groups. Now, where does this judgment take place? Notice Daniel 7 verses 9 and 10, which we already read. Daniel 7 verses 9 and 10. I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, his wheels a burning fire. Let me ask you, who is this Ancient of Days? God what? The Father. And where is this scene taking place? In heaven. Don't we pray, Our Father which art in heaven? This judgment is taking place in heaven. Verse 10. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered to him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. Who are those? Angels. The court was seated and the books were opened. So where does the judgment take place? It takes place in heaven. And who must appear? Everyone must appear. Now, when does this judgment take place? We're not talking about the millennial judgment and the post-millennial judgment. We're talking about the judgment of those who believed on Jesus, who are written in the book of life. Let me ask you, when does this judgment take place? You know, most Christians believe that we're going to stand before the judgment seat of Christ when Jesus comes the second time. But the Bible doesn't teach that. The Bible teaches that this judgment takes place before the second coming of Jesus. In fact, notice Revelation 14, verses 6 and 7. Revelation 14, verses 6 and 7. Then I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment will come. Thank you. Yeah, you're there. Does it say the hour of his judgment will come? No. It says the hour of his judgment is come. Let me ask you, does the judgment begin while probation is still open? Of course. It's very clear. Isn't the everlasting gospel being preached to every nation, kindred, tongue, and people here while the judgment begins? Of course. So is the judgment taking place while the everlasting gospel is being preached? Very clearly. So it must take place before what? Before the second coming of Jesus. Because the gospel is preached before Jesus comes. And then the end comes, according to Scripture. So according to the Bible, we must all appear. According to the Bible, the judgment takes place in heaven. And according to the Bible, the judgment is before the second coming of Jesus. Now we need to ask the question, when will God's people be rewarded? Do you know, according to the Bible, when God's people will be rewarded? Let's read two verses. Matthew 16, verse 27. See, I'm following a certain line of reasoning here. You're going to see where we're going with this. We're going to come back in a moment to the book and to the books. We're going to relate all of this together. Matthew 16, verse 27. For the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels. What coming is being described here? Second coming. Thank you. For the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he will reward each according to his works. So when will God's people be rewarded? When Jesus comes. Notice Revelation 22, verse 12. Revelation 22 and verse 12. Here Jesus is speaking and he says, and behold, I am coming quickly. And what? My reward is with me to give to everyone according to his work. So what does Jesus bring? His reward. So must he have determined what the reward was going to be before he comes? Absolutely. Now, let's come a moment to the state of the dead. Most Christians today believe that when a person dies, if they were good, they go to heaven. If they were evil, they go to hell. If they were half good or half evil, they go to purgatory. If they hadn't reached the age of reason, they go to a place called limbo. But in the light of the judgment that we're studying, this is impossible. Because if you went to heaven or you went to hell at the moment of your death, why would Jesus give you your reward when he comes? If you received your reward when you died, why would he bring his reward when he comes? If your fate is already determined when you die, then why would he call a judgment before the second coming in heaven in order to judge you if you were already judged at the moment of your death? Are you following me? Now we need to come back to Adam. Where was Adam? By the way, we believe the judgment began in 1844. Clifford Goldstein is going to discuss this from the book of Daniel, so I'm not going to get into trying to prove this biblically. But we believe that the judgment began in 1844. Where was Adam in 1844? Where was Adam in 1844? Well, to be honest with you, personally, we don't know, because we don't know where the flood took him to. He's all over the place. But where else is Adam? Adam is written in the heavenly what? In the heavenly books. Now, where was Adam in 1844? He was dead, disintegrated, but he survived through his heavenly what? Through his heavenly records. Now here's the question. Who was the first person to appear before the judgment seat of Christ in 1844? Adam. We're going to read a statement in a moment where Ellen White says that beginning with those who first lived on the earth. Who was the first person to live on the earth? Adam. So he's the first person judged. So in 1844, when God called the heavenly judgment, the first person to be judged was Adam. Did he have to appear before the judgment seat of Christ? Yes. But how could he appear before the judgment seat of Christ if he was dead and disintegrated? Are you with me? Yes. Notice these two statements. See, Ellen White says these things. She's not talking off the top of her head. She knows what she's talking about. Great Controversy 482. As the books of record are opened in the judgment, the lives of all who have believed on Jesus come in review before God. Beginning with those who first lived upon the earth, our advocate presents the cases of each successive generation and closes with the living. She also says in Great Controversy, page 482, the righteous dead will not be raised until after the judgment, at which they are accounted worthy of the resurrection of life. Hence, they will not be present in person at the tribunal when their records are examined and their case is decided. Are you following me? Can you separate the doctrine of the judgment from the doctrine of the state of the dead? You cannot. Can you separate it from the doctrine of the second coming of Jesus? Absolutely not. You see, because the dead are rewarded when Jesus comes. The Apostle Paul says very clearly that the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and the trumpet of God. And the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And thus we shall ever be with the Lord. So where are the dead? According to that, the dead are sleeping. The dead are dead. Until the moment of what? Until the moment of the resurrection. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the spirit. You know, generally when you talk to somebody about the spirit, you say, well, you know, when a person dies, their body and their brain goes to the dust and their spirit returns to God. You know, a question that comes up frequently is, well, you know, what does God do with that spirit? Does he save it up there? Does God save everybody's breath up there? You see, the problem is that the spirit is more than the breath. Along with the spirit, when God will give the spirit back to his people, he's giving the spirit or the breath of life back with that person's self-identity. In other words, what returns to God continuously and ends returning to God at the moment of death is the record of our lives. And God saves that in his heavenly books, our self-identity. And we're going to notice that when he comes back to resurrect us from the dead, he's going to resurrect us, and he's not only going to give us the breath of life, He's going to give us the breath of life with our self-identity, which is contained in the books. Now, let's notice several texts from Scripture, and then I want to read you a couple of statements from the Spirit of Prophecy. Luke 8, 52 to 56. You remember this little girl who had died, and Jesus came and resurrected her? Something very important in this passage. It says, now all wept and mourned for her. But he said, do not weep. She is not dead, but sleeping. And they ridiculed him, knowing that she was dead. But he put them all outside, took her by the hand, and called, saying, little girl, arise. And now, I hope that you're paying attention, because, sometimes those who watch on 3ABN know that sometimes I'll read wrong. And I need to put my glasses on. Then the Spirit returned. That's not what it says. It says, then what? Her spirit returned. Let me ask you, is the spirit of Steve Bohr different than the spirit of Adam Ramden? Sure it is. Does he have a different record in heaven, different self-identity than I do? Yeah. So what would it be like if when Jesus came, he gave me Adam's self-identity? Or he gave him my self-identity? It would be a big mistake. But you see, when Jesus comes, he's going to return to us the breath of life with who we were while we were alive. So it says, then her spirit returned, and she arose immediately, and he commanded that she be given something to eat. Let me ask you, did that little girl remember her parents? Evidently, when she died, she was hungry because they gave her food first thing. She was hungry when she died, and she was hungry when she woke up. She started where she left off because the breath was returned with her own self-identity. Notice the death of Stephen in Acts 7, 57 to 60. Acts 7, 57 to 60. Then they cried out with a loud voice, stopped their ears, and ran at him with one accord. And they cast him out of the city and stoned him. And the witnesses laid down their clothes at the feet of a young man named Saul. And they stoned Stephen as he was calling on God and saying, Lord Jesus, receive the Spirit. Thank you. It's a possessive pronoun, folks. It's not any old spirit, it's his. Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. What he's saying is preserve my self-identity. Keep me in your records because I have the hope of the resurrection. Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. Then he knelt down and cried out with a loud voice, Lord, do not charge them with this sin. And when he had said this, he fell asleep. I love that way of expressing death. He fell asleep. Are you afraid of going to sleep? I'll tell you, I tried to go to sleep last night and I couldn't because my mind is on a different time schedule. But I'm not afraid of going to sleep. It says that Stephen simply, when they had stoned him, he went to sleep. Notice Luke 23, verse 46. Speaking about Jesus, Luke 23, verse 46. Jesus is on the cross, and it says, and when Jesus had cried out with a loud voice, he said, Father, into your hands I commit the Spirit. Their possessive pronoun again. It says, into your hands I commend my spirit. Having said this, he breathed his last. In these cases, the personal pronoun, possessive personal pronoun, is used. What these individuals are saying, Jesus and Stephen, is preserve in your heavenly records our self-identity. Because when you're going to resurrect us, you're going to return to us who we were while we were alive. Now allow me to read you a statement, a couple of statements, actually. Well, I have only one here. A little bit later on, we'll read another. From the Spirit of Prophecy, Seventh-day Adventist Bible Commentary, Volume 6, page 1093. This is a profound statement. See, Ellen White had this straight. Our personal identity is preserved in the resurrection. though not the same particles of matter or material substance as went into the grave. In other words, God doesn't preserve every little particle of matter that we have in this life. Then she says this, the wondrous works of God are a mystery to man. The spirit, the character of man, is returned to God, there to be preserved. What is it that's preserved? The character. That's who I am, folks. In the resurrection, now notice why God preserves it. In the resurrection, every man will have his own what? Character. God in his own time will call forth the dead, giving again the breath of life and bidding the dry bones live. The same form will come forth, but it will be free from disease and every defect. It lives again, bearing the same individuality of features so that friend will recognize friend. There is no law of God in nature which shows that God gives back the same identical particles of matter which compose the body before death. God shall give the righteous dead a body that will please him. So what is the Spirit according to the spirit of prophecy? It's the character. It's who we are. The record of our lives, inside and out, that is written in the books. Now, once I understood this, I was able to understand Job 19, 25 to 27 a little bit better, and I'm reading from the New International Version. You know, I used to think Job was kind of selfish here. He says that only he's going to see Jesus and nobody else is going to see him. But in the light of what we're studying, it makes sense. Notice what he said. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that in the end, he will stand upon the earth, and after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh, I will see God. I myself will see him with my own eyes and not another. So there's only one person that's going to see Jesus when he comes. Job. What is Job saying? He's saying, when I resurrect, it is going to be what? It is going to be me. Job, with all of the record of my life as found written in the books. Allow me to illustrate what I mean. How many of you have seen that little clip of the assassination of John F. Kennedy? Remember, they took just a few seconds. You know, you see the limousine coming around the corner onto Elm Street, and it's moving down, and suddenly shots ring out, and his head snaps back, and the Secret Service gets up, and you know the rest. You've seen it. Well, let me ask you, when you watch that little clip of the limo coming around the corner, is John F. Kennedy alive or is he dead? See, I always get two answers, alive and dead. And you're both right. Because when you're watching that movie, that clip, it was taken while he was alive, but you're watching it after he's dead. Are you with me? That's exactly what happens with God. He has a movie of every single one of us in heaven. And you don't think God has sophisticated technology? Think again. Read what Ellen White has to say in the last chapter of Great Controversy, way ahead of her time. She says that God will reenact the history of the world in panoramic view. That's better than going to the movie theater. Of course, we don't do that. How is God going to reproduce the history of the world without missing one detail, unless he has a record of all of that in a far more sophisticated form than we can ever understand? She even describes, she says, Annas and Caiaphas are there. She mentions names of individuals, Nero. She mentions specific names and events starting with the creation of Adam all the way till the end of time. Amazing. All is reproduced with marvelous distinctness. So does God have a record of everything? Yes. And of course, we're watching it after the fact, but we're watching what took place once upon a time live. Are you understanding what I'm saying? And that's exactly what transpires in the judgment. Now, I'm going to say something. Don't misunderstand me. There is a certain sense in which when we appear before Christ's judgment seat, we appear there alive. Even dead people appear there alive. And you say, now wait a minute, you're contradicting yourself. No, I'm not. When did God make the record of Adam that was examined in 1844? While Adam was what? Alive. So when the movie is shown before the heavenly court, is the movie of Adam while he was alive? So Adam, in a certain sense, is appearing before the judgment seat of Christ alive. We know that physically he's dead. You're not misunderstanding me, are you? We know that physically he's not conscious. There's nothing conscious in praising the Lord up there. It's a record. It's a movie. And what they're doing is they're reviewing the movie of Adam's life. They're reviewing it after he's dead. But the movie was made while he was alive. In that sense, it is that God's people appear before the great judgment seat of Christ. You know, there's another statement of Ellen White in the book Great Controversy, in the last chapter of Great Controversy, where she speaks about the resurrection of the wicked. Let me ask you, when Nero resurrects, is he still Nero? Yeah? Do you think he remembers everything he did in his life? Do you think he's as evil as he ever was? How about Alexander the Great? How about Hitler? Do you know that Ellen White says that they resumed the current of their thoughts exactly where it ceased? So what does God return to the wicked? Not only the breath of life, what does he return to them? He takes the record of their lives with the breath of life. He makes them alive, but they are who they were while they were what? While they were alive. Are you following me? Now, let me explain how this process worked. Beginning in 1844. Go with me to Revelation 20 and verses 11 to 15. Revelation chapter 20, verses 11 to 15. Here we're going to see how the books are related to the book. Everyone who has ever claimed the name of Jesus Christ, folks, is written in the book of life. Did you know that? Is your name written in the book of life? I pray to God that it is written in the book of life. If we've received Jesus Christ as our personal Savior, our name is written in the book. But then we also have the record of our lives in the books. Now let's notice what happens in the judgment. Revelation 20, verse 11. Then I saw a great white throne, and him who sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away. And there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God. See, some people say, see dead people stand before God. This is actually describing the millennial judgment. This part is talking about the judgment during the millennium. It says the dead stand before God. Let me ask you, how do the wicked stand before God during the millennium? Through their records. See, that's the only way that you can explain how the dead stand before God. They stand before God, not personally, but through their records. And so it says, I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and books were opened. And another book was opened. So here you have books and you have book, which is the book of life. What's found in the book of life? We read several texts. Names. And the dead were judged according to their works. See, the books have works. According to their works, by the things which were written in the books. The sea, now this is postmillennial. The sea gave up the dead who were in it, and death and Hades delivered up the dead who were in them. This is the resurrection of the wicked after the millennium. And they were judged, each one according to his works. See, as Adventists, we believe in a millennial and postmillennial judgment, don't we? During the 1,000 years, God's people will be in heaven, and they will be judging the wicked. after the millennium, the wicked will resurrect and they will see the record of their lives. We have both of those contained in these verses. And it says, and they were judged each one according to his works. Then death and Hades were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And now we're going to see why does God bring the book of life to view after the millennium? It's not to show who is there, but to show that the wicked are not there. And anyone not found written in the book of life, not found written in the book of life, was cast into the lake of fire. So you know what God is doing after the millennium? He's showing the wicked their works. And he's saying, in the light of your works, your name isn't here. Your works show that your name did not deserve to be written here. So God brings out the book. He says, your name's not here. Why not? Because of what's written in the books. Are you following me? Now, let me put it all together. Some of you are probably feeling pretty apprehensive right now. You're saying, you mean God has a record of everything? How many of you have things that you wouldn't want God to return to you if you should die? How many of you have things that you would not want God to give you back when He gives you your personal self-identity if you should die? Some of you didn't raise your hand. So you just have one thing now, and that is because evidently some of you didn't raise your hand, so you don't feel like you have anything that you wouldn't want to have there. You just have one because you lied. We all have things written in the books that we would rather not have be there. And we don't want those things back. Now, here's where the Seventh-day Adventist view of the sanctuary is very valuable. You see, in the daily service, what happened is the sinner confessed his sin, and the sin was introduced into the sanctuary through the blood of the victim. Some people say, well, wait a minute. You mean to say that my sins are all written up there in heaven? Thank God, yes. Because let me tell you something. If your sins do not go in the sanctuary through the blood, they're here. You better put them in the sanctuary through the blood of Jesus. As long as they go into the sanctuary through the blood of Jesus, you have nothing to worry about. If you don't send them in there through the blood of Jesus, you have a lot to be concerned about. So our greatest assurance is to have our sins covered by the blood in the sanctuary. So when we sin, all of our sins are recorded in the sanctuary. But if we repent and we confess our sins, what happens on the Day of Atonement is all of those sins that entered the sanctuary through the blood. The purpose of the judgment is Jesus is going to bring out the records. He's going to show, hey, the devil's going to say, Pastor Bohr did this and this and this and this and this. And God is going to say, you're right. He did this and this and this and this and this. But look at the records. He repented of those sins. And he confessed those sins. And they're covered by the blood. So what's your argument? And the devil will be shut up in the judgment. And then you know what Jesus is going to do? He's going to delete from my records everything bad. So that when Jesus comes again, he's going to give me only that which was good. Now you tell me, is that good news or what? That's wonderful news. And by the way, there's hope for the worst of sinners. Let me read you a moment about Saul of Tarsus, Acts 26. He tells us what a scoundrel he was. Indeed, I myself thought I must do many things contrary to the name of Jesus of Nazareth. This I also did in Jerusalem, and many of the saints I shut up in prison, having received authority from the chief priests. And when they were put to death, I cast my vote against them. And I punished them often in every synagogue and compelled them to blaspheme. And being exceedingly enraged against them, I persecuted them, even to foreign cities. Did the Apostle Paul, who was Saul of Tarsus at this time, have a very negative record in his books? Yes. But the Bible tells us that when he met Ananias, Ananias says, why do you delay? Arise, be baptized, and wash away your sins. And so Saul of Tarsus confessed his sins. He repented of his sins. And he, of course, suffered the consequences and the memories all of his life. Did those sins enter the sanctuary covered by the blood of Jesus? Yes. And what is Jesus going to do when the name of Saul of Tarsus appears, if it hasn't appeared yet, before the heavenly records? All of those sins are going to be what? Are going to be deleted. Now let me use an example from modern technology to bring everything together. See, we can speak to the postmodern mind by using technology. I like to use the computer as an example. I want you to compare our body to a computer. Okay? Our body is a physical organism. The computer is a physical machine. Does a computer have a brain? Of course it does. It has a brain that performs all of the operations. We don't call it a brain, but it does have a central processing center, doesn't it? So you have this computer with a central processing center that processes all of the input into the computer. Now, what do you need in order for the computer to function? You have to have a power source. So you plug in the computer, and that physical computer, the brain now starts to function, and it can process information that you bring in from the internet, that you word process, etc. You start inputting information into the computer. Let's suppose two people go to a store and they both buy the same computer. A year later, do they have the same computer? No, because your PC depends on what you program into it. Now let me ask you, what would happen if your computer should crash? Suppose the ceiling of your house falls while you're not at home and your computer is broken into smithereens. What would happen? You'd say this is a major disaster. Unless you what? Unless you saved the self-identity of the computer on a disk. Are you with me? Then, if the computer disintegrates, it's unplugged, no power source, it's broken to smithereens, the brain disintegrates, you say, no sweat. You can go to the store and buy a more powerful computer. And you can take what's on the disk and you can put it into the computer and return to this improved computer the same identity that the first computer had. Once again, it's your PC. Now, this is an illustration of what happens with us. If Jesus doesn't come before we die, this computer of ours, along with the brain, is going to disintegrate. The power source is going to be unplugged. And God knows it. Therefore, God says, I'm going to save a backup. And so God saves all of the information on a backup. Because he knows that when Jesus comes again, he's going to give me a new body with a new brain, far more powerful. And then he's going to take who I was during my lifetime, minus all of the negative things that have been cleansed by the blood of Jesus. And he is going to return to me my self-identity to live with him forevermore. Now, the beautiful aspect of this, folks, is that the computer has a delete key. And so when God examines my heavenly records, says, let's go through this record of Pastor Bohr with the angels. So he looks, he goes through everything, and oh, here's a sin. Oh, covered by the blood. Delete. Oh, here's another sin that he covered. Oh, covered by the blood. Delete. And when he finishes with my name, he has a backup disk with all of the negative aspects deleted. And when he comes, he will return to me who I was while I was alive, but with absolute perfection. Do you see how these three doctrines are related one to another? The sanctuary doctrine we could include here, the judgment, the state of the dead, and the second coming. See, when we explain all of these things as a collection or a cluster, I found that people say, wow, this really makes sense. Especially people who believe that the dead aren't dead. Say, I'd always wondered how the dead can appear before God. This makes perfect sense. By the way, I have 1 minute left. There's a section in this material that I didn't cover. The spirits. Did you notice from the book of Hebrews? The spirits made perfect. Now there's a perfect way of explaining those spirits made perfect. Just read that section in the light of what we studied, and you'll be able to explain what those spirits made perfect are in Hebrews chapter 11. Let's pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for the awesome message that you have given us as a church. Father, we have not believed cunningly devised fables. I just ask, Father, that you will help us to realize how important it is for us to feel sorrow for sin and to want to get rid of it through the grace of Jesus. Father, give us that sorrow and help us to seek out those sins that we must confess. And we ask that you will forgive them and cleanse us through the blood of the Lamb. We ask, Lord, that you will also empower us to speak to others so that they might know that the judgment is soon to end. Jesus is soon to come. We need to make a total and complete commitment to Jesus. We thank you, Lord, for having been with us and for hearing our prayer, for we ask it in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Who's dead, God or Charles Darwin? Michael Behe, a biochemist, John Lennox, a mathematician, Stephen Meyer, a geophysicist. Filming today in Fiesole, Italy. Uncommon Knowledge, now. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. A professor of biochemistry at Lehigh University, Michael Behe holds an undergraduate degree from Drexel and a doctorate in biochemistry from Penn. He's the author of a number of books, including Darwin's Black Box. Emeritus professor of mathematics at Oxford, John Lennox grew up in Northern Ireland, earned his undergraduate degree from Emmanuel College, Cambridge, and then went on to earn not one and not two, but 3 doctorates in an academic career of astounding distinction. Dr. Lennox is the author of many books, including the 2019 volume, Can Science Explain Everything? A former professor of geophysics at Whitworth College, Stephen Meyer is now a fellow at the Discovery Institute. He holds a doctorate of the philosophy of science from Cambridge. Dr. Meyer has published, again, many books, including his 2013 volume on the fossil record, Darwin's Doubt. Michael, John, and Steve, welcome. First question, Darwin versus Einstein. Einstein publishes the special theory of relativity in 1905, and in the 12-ish decades since that publication, one observation after another has tended to confirm his work. Just a decade ago, scientists found clocks on satellites in elliptical orbits kept time just about as Einstein would have predicted. Over time, to put it crudely, Einstein has become easier and easier to believe. Darwin publishes On the Origin of the Species in 1859. Briefly, as was true of Einstein, also of Darwin, has he become easier and easier to believe? Michael?
No, the opposite.
The opposite. John?
The exact opposite.
Stephen?
Theory has been progressively disconfirmed by multiple observations in multiple subdisciplines of biology.
All right, all 3 of you come out swinging. Gentlemen, you're about to take a layman through 3 problems with Darwin that the last few decades have turned up. Problem 1, Stephen, this is for you. Feel free to join in, but this one for Stephen particularly, the fossil record. The Cambrian, how's it pronounced?
Either way, yeah.
All right. the Cambrian or the Cambrian explosion. What was it, and why is it a problem for Darwin?
It was a problem that Darwin himself knew about in 1859. The Cambrian explosion refers to an event in the history of life in which the major groups of animal forms, the new body plans that are exemplified by the largest categories of different types of animals, appear very abruptly in the fossil record with no discernible connection to ancestral precursors or intermediates in the lower Precambrian strata. And this pattern of abrupt appearance of the major groups of organisms, of biological or morphological innovation, as it's called, recurs up and down the sedimentary rock column. The first winged insects, the first dinosaurs, the first birds, the first mammals, the first flowering plants. There are multiple instances of this type of abrupt appearance. And so the fossil record looks very different than Darwin anticipated that it would look. He depicted the history of life as a great branching tree where the forms of life we see today emerged gradually from one or very few simple forms at the base of the tree, at the trunk of the tree. But instead, what we see, it looks more like a lawn or perhaps an orchard of separate trees where the major groups of organisms appear abruptly without connections to those ancestral precursor forms.
So the Cambrian explosion was the first that got noticed. As you say, Darwin himself noticed that this was a problem, but this is from my reading, add to it or correct me. As I've got it, the record shows one abrupt meaning a few million years, but in the geologic time, that's the blink of an eye, one abrupt event after another. Photosynthesis, just all of a sudden it's there. The Avalon explosion, the great Ordovician biodiversification event, whatever that may have been, the Silurian Devonian terrestrial explosion. Fish appear, birds appear, dinosaurs appear, mammals appear. Okay. So the obvious objection to this is, well, we've only really been digging since about Darwin's time. The Earth is big, geologic time is essentially endless, there are fossils there. We just haven't found the intermediate forms.
Right, that's an objection to the claims about fossil discontinuity that's known as the artifact hypothesis. This idea is that the missing ancestral forms are an artifact either of incomplete sampling,
yes,
or incomplete preservation.
Right.
The Cambrian explosion itself presents a very nice test of that artifact hypothesis. The claim with respect to sampling is that we haven't looked long enough. Well,
Right.
We're 160 years on now from the Cambrian, or from the publication of The Origin of Species. And the Cambrian explosion, from our point of view, has become even more explosive. There are more new forms of life, more new animal forms known now in that Cambrian explosion event than there were in Darwin's time. And yet, with that passage of time, we've found no more of the intermediates. So there are more new forms still, all of which are still lacking intermediate forms.
Instead of our findings regressing to some sort of Darwinian mean, they're departing from Darwin more and more and more.
Right.
Quickly, one last notion here, one last question on this before I turn to my big problem in life, maths, with John Lennox. Punctuated equilibrium. Stephen Jay Gould, the late and by all accounts, great. He seems to have been a dynamic teacher. He was certainly prolific. The great biologist Stephen Jay Gould, who held, well, you tell me what punctuated equilibrium held and why it doesn't answer the problem.
Well, it was a wonderful new idea. Gould and another paleontologist, Niles Eldredge, formulated this theory in the late 1970s. And what they were trying to do is describe the fossil record more accurately. And what they saw, and what paleontologists saw then and see now even more distinctly, is this pattern of abrupt appearance and what they called stasis, that the basic form of an animal, the basic body plan, will remain constant through long periods of time, either going extinct or continuing to the present day. There would be variation within the constraints of a body plan, but limited variation.
The crocodile appears and remains.
All
right.
And so what they suggested was that there are these punctuation events where you have this sudden appearance and then this long period of equilibrium, of stasis. But they wanted to maintain
that evolution takes place in fits and starts.
Exactly. Evolution takes place in fits and starts.
Right.
And so it was a wonderful improvement in our description of the fossil record. But the problem was that Gould and Eldredge never came up with a mechanism that convinced their colleagues in evolutionary biology that that evolution could occur so quickly. There was no, it was a good description of the fossil record without a mechanism to explain how that amount of change could occur in those short bursts of
The meteor
time.
smacks the Earth, wipes out the dinosaurs, and creates
An ecological niche.
Yes, it creates
right.
space for new species to emerge, and so suddenly they do.
Well,
You find that unpersuasive? These two are chuckling.
the problem is you have to build the animal. And this is the second part of the, when I wrote in the book of Darwin's Doubt, I talked about two big mysteries. One is the mystery of the missing fossils, but the second is the mystery of how the evolutionary process generates the new biological form. Because what we know now, as in our computer world, if you want to generate a new form of life, you have to have a lot of new information. In the computer world, want to get a new program, got to have new code. Same thing is true in life. Where's the code come from? Just opening up the niche doesn't explain the origin of the information necessary to build the new animal form to fill it.
All right. Now we come to maths, the mathematical problem. Maths was always my weakest subject, and I am extremely conscious that I'm speaking to the emeritus professor of mathematics at Oxford University. All right. So let me just put in layman's terms, as best I can, and I have worked on it, what I take to be the mathematical problem that has emerged in recent decades with Darwin. We know now something about when life seems to have emerged, something between 4 and 5 billion years ago. We now know quite a lot about the rate at which random genetic mutations take place. Darwin's theory suggests that evolution arises because random genetic mutations take place and natural selection acts on them. We also know quite a lot about how complicated it is to create proteins that function, proteins, chains of amino acids, a couple of hundred and longer. And the math simply doesn't work. From the beginning of time to the present, there is some number of mutations that had to have taken place to create the life that we see around us, and it just doesn't add up. Is that right, roughly?
Oh, it's much worse than that.
Oh.
Because I think one of the very important things, and I'm not a biologist, but I do study the biologists as carefully as I can, is that Darwin's theory, whatever it does or doesn't do, says zero about the origin of life. He didn't claim to speak about the origin of life.
He always presumes that the preexistence of a form from which other forms evolve.
Okay. But unfortunately, for many years, Richard Dawkins obscured everything, obfuscated the whole situation.
Dawkins, the Oxford biologist.
That's right, because he said that natural selection, which Darwin discovered, and he describes it as a blind automatic process, is responsible for the existence and variation of all of life. Now, he later admitted, took far too long to do it, that evolution in the Darwinian sense cannot be responsible for the origin of life, for the simple reason is that evolution, whatever it does or doesn't do, presupposes the existence of life.
Right.
So you have two separate problems here. One is the origin of life, which
we'll
goes
come
back
to that one, I promise.
Okay,
we'll come to that
goes
one.
back to the origin of information, as Stephen has mentioned. But the second is just the sheer calculation. Now, you mentioned things in your questioning that have to do with the origin of life, proteins and so on. And one of my examiners at Cambridge was Sir Fred Hoyle. And he came to Cardiff, where I was a lecturer many years ago, and he shocked everybody by, he just stood up and said to an absolutely packed crowd, because he was famous, he said, life cannot have originated on Earth. And there was a collective gasp. And he said, I've done the calculations, and mathematically it is simply impossible. There isn't enough time. And I actually have a copy of those calculations at home. And he just said it's quite obvious if you do the calculations, and he puts it very simply and pregnantly, you know, rabbits produce rabbits and very little else. And what his mathematics, I think, showed him was that the innocent aspect of evolution, which we can all accept, that is, you get minor variations on a theme, which Michael here has dealt with so successfully in his book, The Edge of Evolution. That's non-controversial. But once you go beyond that and think of new animals, new body plans, all of that kind of thing.
Darwin's book is The Origin of Species. It's not minor variations within species. It's the origin of species.
But I think, what cuts all this for me now is not what the mathematicians are saying, but what the mathematically conscious biologists are saying. Now, one of my friends in Oxford is a very distinguished biologist, Professor Dennis Noble, and he has just made absolutely clear. He said, neo-Darwinism, that is the modern synthesis, that
the standard textbook theory that we all learn.
Natural selection and mutation doesn't need to be improved, it needs to be replaced. And he almost was quoting someone like Lynn Margulis, another very distinguished person, who said it's dead. So these are people who know about the calculations, who know about the complexity, and saying from that perspective, it's dead.
All right.
So
Fred Hoyle, we should add, was the very famous mid-last century astronomer.
Yes, that's
Correct.
right.
All right. Michael, problem 3 for this little layman. Cellular biology. Can you just tell us about irreducible, this is your sort of signal concept, irreducible complexity, and the story of the mousetrap?
Sure. Well, might be good to start by saying that Darwin and folks in his day didn't know much about the cell.
Right.
They had crummy microscopes. It looked like a little piece of jelly, and they knew nothing about molecules. And we now know that life...
Tiny and elementary also meant simple to them. So
yes,
sort of biologically
that's
simple.
correct.
All
so
right.
like Jello or a jelly, they thought it might just bubble up from the sea. But modern science in the past 70 or so years has shown that the cell is run by molecular machines, real machines made of molecules, and really sophisticated ones. There are machines that act as propellers, machines that act as trucks to bring supplies from one side of the cell to the other side of the cell.
So when you magnify, these days we know enough about cells to know that they're not little blobs of Jello.
That's right.
You get inside a cell and you're looking at a city.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's right. It's got electrical apparatus, it's got vehicles, it's got information, it's got all sorts of things. And the problem with irreducible complexity is, if you think about it, machines are made of different parts. Say a lawnmower, it's got a blade, it's got a motor, wheels, stuff like that. But Darwin always insisted that his theory had to work by numerous successive slight modifications. It had to be very, very gradual. But if you try to build a machine like a lawnmower or a mousetrap,
I like the mousetrap because that's so simple, even I can get it in my head.
Yeah,
Right.
Just think of a mechanical mousetrap. It's got a number of different pieces. Now, if you wanted to build something like that slowly and have each part or each intermediate work, you've got a big problem, because it needs all of the parts to work. It needs a spring, a wooden base, a couple other metal parts. And just to capture that concept, I invented the phrase irreducible complexity, because it's complex, can't reduce it, or
Take
else
away one piece and it just doesn't work.
and the mousetrap doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
Therefore, it could not, the mousetrap, take away one piece from one of these fantastically complicated machines in a cell,
Right.
it doesn't function, and therefore could not have conferred an adaptive advantage.
Right. And it could not be built gradually and improving each step of the way.
Intermediate stages confer no functional advantage. Therefore, there's nothing for natural selection to select on the way from the simple to the complex.
Okay.
Michael, does that, what interests me greatly about that is the gradual building up is a stepwise ascent. Whereas, am I right in saying that contemporary biologists like Dennis Noble, whom I mentioned, are saying, but look, you have to take the whole cell into consideration, that this is top-down causation, and that would frustrate any concept of building things up anyway by numerous slight accretion. Is that fair to say that?
If you go that way, then you have left Darwin far behind.
Yes.
And you've left randomness far behind.
But they are doing that. They're leaving it far behind.
But top-down is actually a metaphor for the action of an agent and
Yes.
arranging things with a plan in mind.
Dangerous
Yes,
stuff.
right.
You see, John Lennox just swats Darwin aside. For the two of you, it's a much more agonizing process. You try very hard to be fair to the man. 2 quotations, Michael, 2 quotations. Charles Darwin in The Origin. If Darwin himself writes this, If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed, which could not possibly have been formed by numerous, successive, slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down, close quote. That's Darwin. He puts the test right there in 1859. Here's Michael Behe. The question then becomes, are there irreducibly complex systems in the cell? Yes, there are many.
Absolutely. As I said, the cell is chock full of machines. Machines need many parts. They can't be built by numerous successive slight modifications. But let me draw attention to one little sneaky trick that Darwin put into that quotation. He says, if it could be demonstrated that something couldn't possibly happen. Right. So he's putting a burden on his opponents to prove a negative, which science cannot do and never has. No theory has ruled out all rival theories to be accepted. But we have great evidence and that it can't, and we have absolutely no evidence that natural selection acting on random mutation could build much of anything.
So here's the objection. The objection. I say this as if I know enough to be authoritative. Here's an objection. And the objection runs, all right, it's very hard to see how you evolve a mousetrap beginning with a little wooden platform. And true, it can't work until all the pieces are in place. On the other hand, suppose you do evolve it in 2 or 3 pieces and they sit around for centuries. They don't confer any advantage on the organism, but they don't harm it either. So they're these strange accretions on which natural selection is neutral. It doesn't select for them, but it doesn't select against them. And then after eons and eons, we worry about the maths later, after eons and eons, the final piece drops into place and suddenly it functions. Plausible?
No, that's ridiculous. I mean, realistically, would you...
He's being very careful with Darwin, but he's swatting me aside.
Yes.
Right, go ahead.
No, if you think, suppose you didn't have a mousetrap. So you say, well, what can I do? I'll just go into my garage and pick out a few pieces that would function as a mousetrap. And you say, well, I need a spring. Well, here's one in this grandfather clock I have. You wind up, I'll just use that. And I need a hammer to squash the mouse. I'll use this crowbar over here. But the pieces aren't adjusted to each other. You can't just take random pieces and put them together. And natural selection, which, as Darwin said, is constantly scrutinizing life, would not be expected to make things in the shape that they would need to be for some future use. They would only, they would hone them for what they were doing right now.
All right.
Can I weigh in on
Sure,
this?
of
Because
course.
there's a connection between what Mike's talking about and the mathematical problems that John was alluding to. And that is that in these actual systems, these nanomachines that Mike has made famous through his work, for example, the bacterial flagellar motor or the ATP synthase, one's a rotary.
This man has made the flagellar motor a rock star.
Well, he kind of has. He kind of has. But it's, it's a 30-part rotary engine. The ATP synthase is a turbine with multiple parts. But the parts are made of proteins. And proteins are in essence, the toolbox of the cell. That they perform specific functions in view of their 3-dimensional shapes. So they make the parts of molecular machines. They function as enzymes to catalyze reactions at super fast rates. They help process information. But if you were to build a system like the flagellar motor, you need 30 proteins that fit together in an integrated fashion. But that requires genetic code. Each one of those proteins requires a long stretch of genetic information to build the protein. And so what you're talking about is not just, some bent hammer or something sitting around doing nothing. You're talking about a need for genetic information that is sufficient to overcome these long odds against building the protein in the first place. So it'd be like, to change the metaphor slightly, a gigantic haystack the size of the North American continent, and you're only allowed to search 1/1037th of the continent, maybe a tiny little square of Southern California. If that's the case, are you more likely or less likely to
find the needle.
To find the needle. And the answer is you're overwhelmingly more likely not to find the needle than to find it, which is to say the mutation selection mechanism lacks the creative power to generate new biological information.
Close to the creative.
Exactly, and that's for one protein.
One protein out of 13 proteins necessary to make the waving little tail, which is only one machine. Right.
Yeah.
And that, in a sense, is before you said anything about the fact that the information required is linguistic. And linguistic language is not produced by random processes.
Right.
And this is a hugely important
You've got to explain
thing.
what you mean
Well,
by that. It's linguistic in the way the
take
DNA...
the human genome.
Code.
Exactly, yes.
Code.
The human genome is the longest word we've ever discovered. And we can call it a word because it's written in a chemical language of 4 letters. And all those letters, strung out like a computer program, have got to be in the right order. Otherwise, it breaks down. I mean, most programs, if you change a letter, that's the end of the program. So we're dealing with something absolutely gigantic in terms of probabilities before we even think of the extra complexity that arises through the folding of the proteins and all the epigenetic information that's been discovered in recent years. That's
information beyond DNA that controls how the lower level information is used.
Bewildering in its complexity. And therefore it becomes a huge stress. And my own simplistic view is to say, I prefer an explanation that makes sense to one that doesn't make sense.
All right.
If I could add just a little something, we're talking about this ultra complex machine, the bacterial flagellum, and saying that Darwinian processes are laughably inadequate to explain it. But I want to point out that it can explain things a whole lot more simple than a bacterial flagellum. We talked about how many amino acids these things have, and there's 30 proteins and 400 amino acids, and so 12,000-ish or so. But in order to develop resistance to the anti-malarial drug chloroquine, it took trillions and trillions of malarial cells, Plasmodium falciparum, to get 2 crummy mutations. 2, and we're talking about 12,000 for the flagellum. Now, trillions, and for each extra mutation, it goes up exponentially. That, you know, Steve was talking in exponential language, but that's another factor of a trillion for another one, and another factor of a trillion for the next one too. So this is truly, you know, even much simpler things than we've been talking about are beyond Darwinian processes. I just want to add one little cute thing is that these days, scientists can do evolution in the laboratory, grow bacterial cultures, and for a long time and see what happens. And a man named Richard Lenski, a biologist at Michigan, did this for a bacterium called E. coli. And one of the first mutations that he saw that really helped the bacteria grow faster was when it deleted the genes, got rid of the genes for the bacterial
instead of adding information, it's dropping it.
Exactly. And that's something we haven't touched on yet, but it's oftentimes a whole lot faster and easier to get rid of stuff and improve a species' chance to survive and prosper than to
But you can't get a new species by dropping out information, by becoming stupider.
That's correct.
But adding new capabilities requires new proteins, which requires solving this combinatorial problem, this search for those exceedingly rare sequences among the vast number of gibberish sequences that don't do anything useful.
Little parenthesis.
So again, you're back to the needle in the haystack problem.
This is the layman struggling to understand this again. Copernicus says the Earth revolves around the sun. Had he had access to telescopes that would be developed not that many decades later, let alone to the instruments we have for searching the heavens today, he would have understood immediately that that suggestion was ridiculous, right? And so what we're talking about here is...
You think you mean vice versa?
Excuse me, I've got it the other way around. Copernicus is the one who The old Ptolemaic system.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
so the Ptolemaic system, which persists until what? I don't want to get Galileo mixed in all this, but we get
1543 or
this
something like that,
into the
yeah.
16th century.
Yeah.
Telescope, which Copernicus figures out that that's partly because of the technology. He can see what they couldn't see before. All right, so Darwin's a little 170 some years ago, and it was plausible that the little tiny cell was a blob of jello in the old days. But now, thanks to Behe here, we can look into that cell, and we have the same experience going into smaller and smaller dimensions that telescopes had going into the larger and larger dimension, which is every time we look, it becomes more complicated, deeper, richer, more mind-boggling. Is that roughly correct?
That's roughly right, and it starts back in the,
Importantly correct.
yeah, it starts back in the 1950s, with Watson and Crick, and what historians of science now call the molecular biological revolution. They, of course, elucidated the double helix structure of the molecule.
They discovered the language.
Exactly. They discovered the structure of the molecule in 1953, but it's Crick who makes the important breakthrough in 1958. He was a code breaker in World War II, and he formulates something called the sequence hypothesis. And he proposes that the 4 chemical subunits that run along the interior of the DNA molecule they're called nucleotide bases, or just bases. He proposes that they are functioning like alphabetic characters in a written text, or like, for example, the zeros and ones in a section of software today. That is to say, they perform a function as a group, not in virtue of any of their physical properties, but in virtue of their sequential arrangement in accord with an independent symbol convention, later discovered and now known as the genetic code. And over the ensuing 7 or 8 years, Crick's sequence hypothesis was confirmed by a series of experiments on both sides of the Atlantic, and that gave us this new informational understanding. The information revolution came to biology, because what we realized is that inside the cell, we have a complex information storage, transmission, and processing system. And to explain the origin of life, you've got to explain that. And to explain any new form of life, you've got to explain how you can take a section of code, randomly change it, and hope to come up with another section of code without destroying the function of the code you started with.
So the three of you, I want to get to the way science, capital S, is responding to people such as the three of you. But the three of you are not some sort of throwbacks saying you're attacking all that civilization stood for. What you're saying is, wait, we know more than they did. Look at the newest information. You are champions for the latest science, not for some sort of retrograde worldview. Is that's fair?
I think it is fair. I think it's worth saying you accused me of swiping Darwin aside. I don't swipe him aside. He observed some very interesting and useful things.
He was a good writer too.
But he was. But he was limited by his time. And we also have in addition something that we haven't discussed at all. And that is that ideas that were perhaps crystallized by Darwin had existed a long time before, where there was nothing of what is called science. Lucretius had them. In fact, if you read De Rerum Natura, Lucretius' book on the nature of life, he gets almost everything Darwin does, except for the transmutation of species, and he deduces it from materialistic philosophy. Because one of the things that...
Give me a
yes,
century.
I can.
What century is Lucretius?
Oh, he's in the back of the 1st century,
Right.
but he was building on stuff even earlier, going back to the early Greeks of Democritus. And the point of that is important. There's a worldview dimension to all of this. You see, if I put on my atheist hat, which I do with some difficulty, but I try to do it, and you say to me, write me an account of the origin of life, I will come up with an evolutionary theory immediately, because that is the only possibility allowed by the naturalistic worldview. So we're competing with that as well. And of course, Darwinism as such appealed massively to the atheists, and increasingly so, as we know through Richard Dawkins. So you have to remember that once you start raising the kind of question these two gentlemen have been raising, and that is that there's information, there's code, and the looming specter of the possibility of a coder That raises a
That's
crucial
out
problem.
of bounds. Right.
That's out of bounds.
That's not science.
Yes,
Yes, I
and
wanna-
that means that we have to broaden the discussion as to how science is defined.
And of course,
Can,
Yeah,
so,
go ahead.
well, I just want to get to, because I promised John that we would come to this, and that is the origin of life itself. As I understand it, from your work, Stephen, life emerges pretty quickly after the conditions for the emergence of life themselves
right.
emerge. It's there from the get-go, geologically speaking.
3.85 billion years is the accepted time.
Okay.
The cessation of a meteorite bombardment of the Earth occurred at most 50 million years before that. A blink of the eye geologically, we get from simple chemicals to a complex, functionally integrated cell with processing systems and miniature machines.
Okay, so here's what I was taught when I was going through school. There was the famous Urey experiment, 1952, I looked it up, where if you put in a chamber all the chemicals that were supposed to have been present when Earth was at the moment when life arose, and introduced, I seem to remember from textbooks, the idea that there was some terrible thunderstorm. So you mix it all up with electricity. And a couple of scientists, Urey at the University of Chicago, tried this, and lo and behold, somehow or other, they managed to form a few amino acids. They didn't form life, but that's because you have to run the experiment a lot of times. And as I understand it, now, again, to the extent that we understand, the more we try to run better experiments than Urey was able to in 1952, the farther we are from actually creating anything that could be recognized as life. Is that roughly correct?
Yes.
So once again, we have this understanding which is receding from us rather than finding ourselves approaching it. What does that mean?
Well, it means that we're understanding more the complexity that was not realized at the time. They thought, I think, that it was just enough to get a few amino acids and hey presto, it would happen. They knew nothing of the linguistic structure. And so what has happened subsequently is it has receded, as you say, because we've discovered more and more about the sheer sophistication about what life is. And by the way, nobody really knows what life is.
Huge irony is that 1953, you have the Miller-Urey experiment, big splash in the media, but you also have the Watson and Crick discovery. And the two things have run counter to each other ever since. Miller and Urey produced 2 or maybe 3 protein-forming amino acids out of the ensemble of 20 that you would need to build a whole protein. But more importantly, they didn't show how you could sequence the amino acids properly to get them to fold into proteins. To do that, you need instructions. And those instructions were found on the DNA molecule. And it's the origin of the code that has presented the most acute problem for origin of life research, because chemistry simply doesn't move in the direction of informational complexity. It moves in other directions.
One other origin.
You can't get from chemistry to code. That's the problem.
If I could just hop in just for a sec.
Yes.
I just add that the process you described, that people were hopeful in the early 50s, and the more they worked, the more difficult they saw the problem to be. That means you're barking up the wrong tree. That's the signature of a wrong idea, because if you have the right idea, you expect future results to support it.
Again, like Einstein.
Exactly. But on the other hand, Darwin thought the cell was a little glob of jello. But the more and more we find, the more and more sophisticated genetic code, splicing of DNA, molecular machinery, and so on. That's, for an intelligent design proponent, that looks like you're barking up the right tree.
All right.
There's another irony about all this, because much more recently, I think it's Jeremy England, dug out the test tubes that were used in the Miller-Urey experiment and discovered on examination that there were more amino acids in them than Miller and Urey had originally discovered. And Dan Brown, the novelist of that time,
Da Vinci Code man,
picked this up in a book that he entitles Origin, and used this to develop his theory of the origin of life, to which the scientist, Jeremy England, who'd done this work, took great exception. And I think, Stephen, being the historian, you'll probably explain exactly what happened.
Well, I mean, again, the big problem is not making amino acids. It's sequencing them properly. It's like getting a bag of Scrabble letters and thinking you've got a triple word score. You've got to arrange the letters in the right way and put them on the board in the right place for them to actually convey information.
One more sudden emergence, man. The anthropologist John Hawkes. Somebody, I can't remember whose work I read this in, maybe yours. Anyway.
Probably not mine.
John Hawkes is an anthropologist, and he argues that about 2 million years ago, our genus, Homo, just appears. Quoting Hawkes, no gradual series of changes in earlier Australopithecine populations clearly leads to the new species, and no Australopithecine species is obviously transitional, close quote. Well, we don't seem to have descended from apes. Or at least if we did, it ain't in the fossil record. What does that tell us? It's one thing to say, well, where did the dinosaurs come from? But we have this notion from textbooks in school on humankind rising from
We've all seen the artwork, right?
All seen the artwork. So what does this tell us?
Well, it's another example of an abrupt appearance of morphological innovation in the history of life. There are two such big bursts of innovation in the history of mankind. The first is the sudden emergence of the genus Homo. The second is what's sometimes called the cultural Big Bang, the evidence of higher cognitive capabilities that occurred within the last roughly 40,000 years.
Homo is 2 million years ago.
Right, you get Homo erectus, but in the last
Homo would include Neanderthal and
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but within the last 40,000 years, you get the first agriculture, you get the first cities, you get the first written language, you get the first representational art. And so this is another big bang of innovation. Suddenly the cultural revolution is also occurs very suddenly.
Okay. Is it a problem for Darwin that Bach lived? What series of adaptative advantages could possibly have produced all those cantatas?
Well,
Or mathematics.
Or language, the origin of language, completely unexplained on Darwinian grounds. Noam Chomsky, the great linguist.
All right, so we're getting to this subject, which I've been trying to hold off, because we're now getting close to this notion of intelligent design. I want to show you two images. Serious question. Which image is more scientific? Which image contains more information? Which image contains more reality? Here's image one, and there's image two. Serious question, which contains more information?
I'll take a stab at that.
Yeah, sure.
I think we've been mainly offering criticism of Darwinism so far in this interview, but all of us are sympathetic to the idea that there is evidence in the natural world of the activity of a mind. John puts it one way, he talks about a top-down infusion of information into the biosphere. Mike and I talk about the concept of intelligent design. But there is, I think, a powerful scientific case for intelligent design. And this was the question that seized me when I went off to do my PhD. We've seen this problem of the origin of information, but could that...
You watch him carefully because this is tricky material.
Oh, I know it is.
Go ahead.
But could this mystery of the origin of information actually be a positive indicator of a different type of cause at work altogether? And the person who helped me most think this through was actually Darwin himself, because Darwin pioneered a method of historical scientific reasoning, where he realized that if you were wanting to explain an event in the remote past, you should try to explain it by causes that you see now in operation. And he got this principle from the great geologist, Charles Lyell. So in Eastern Washington, where I live, there are little patches of white powdery stuff still on the ground from an event that happened in May of 1980. And if you don't know what caused that white powdery stuff, you'd use a standard historical method of reasoning known as the method of multiple competing hypotheses. And so you'd formulate some hypotheses. Maybe it was a flood, maybe it was an earthquake, maybe it was a volcanic eruption. Which of those explanations is best according to Darwin and Lyell's principle? Well, it's the volcanic eruption, because we have seen volcanoes produce white powdery stuff, and floods and earthquakes don't do that. So if you apply this principle of reasoning, if you look for a cause now in operation and ask yourself, well, what is the cause now in operation that produces digital information? You come to one and only one type of cause, and that's a mind. Bill Gates says that DNA is like a software program, but much more complex than any we've ever created. What does it take to produce software? It takes a programmer. So what we think we're seeing with the digital information that's in DNA is not just a problem for Darwinian evolution, but it's a positive indicator of the activity of a mind or an intelligent agent acting in the history and the origin of life.
I'm coming to you with, I'm going to set this up with a quotation. Listen to this, and then the question goes to you. Bill Clinton, if you see a turtle on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself. All of creation, all this complex world we see around us is a turtle on a fence post. Behe looks at complicated subcellular biology and says, this couldn't have happened randomly. Meyer looks at the fossil record and says, too many things just appear. And John Lennox runs the maths and says, if there's a code, maybe there's a coder. Now, it's one thing to observe certain limits to what Darwin and others may have been able to explain.
Mm-hmm.
The explanation stops here. That's as far as we can get. And it's something quite different to cross that line and say, oh, I think I see what's on the other side. Are you in for intelligent design?
I'm in for answering your question about the two pictures, first of all. You asked me how much information is contained in those two pictures.
Yes, I did.
I suspect it's almost equal. I think the question you should have asked is how much truth is contained in those two pictures. Now, to come back to your precise question, the first picture shows what people commonly call the ascent of man.
Yes.
From lower animals.
Yes.
Now, here's where Darwin helped me massively. By expressing in a letter a profound doubt. He said, you know, and I'm only paraphrasing because I haven't got the quote in my head. He said, you know, I'm troubled by the fact that if my explanation is correct, then how do we account for the human capacity for rational thought? He said, after all, if we started with lower animals and a monkey's mind, he said, well, is there any thinking in a monkey's mind? Now, hold that just for a moment, because I have lots of fun with my scientific friends. I sometimes ask them, what do you do science with? And of course, they name some expensive machine. I say, no. Oh, they say, you mean and they're about to say mind when they realize that's not politically correct. And they say your brain. I said, okay, I believe the brain and the mind are separate, but where's your brain? Give me the brief history of the brain. I ask them, and I've done this many times. It's fascinating. And they say, well, the brain in the end is the end product of a mindless, unguided process. And I smile at them and I say, and you trust it? I say, now tell me honestly, that computer you use every day, if you knew that it was the end product of a mindless, unguided process, would you trust it? Now, here's the thing. I have spoken with dozens of leading scientists and pushed them on this, and every single one has said no. I said, you have a problem because you are giving me an argument that undermines rationality. And they turn to me and they say, where did you get that argument? I said, well, firstly, from Charles Darwin. They say, I don't believe you. And then I quote Darwin. Darwin's doubt.
This
not
was his
the
other
one,
doubt.
That's his other doubt.
Yeah.
Darwin's doubt about the reliability of human rationality.
Yeah.
Now, this, to my mind, goes to the heart of the implication of the whole business. And it's why I believe that there is an intelligence behind the universe. I'm a mathematician. All mathematicians and scientists are people of faith, not necessarily in God, but they believe in the rational intelligibility of the universe.
And
now,
the reliability of the mind.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And therefore, what do they base that on? If you base that on a mindless, unguided evolutionary process, you're destroying rationality. C.S. Lewis saw that in the 1940s. He said, any theory that undermines rationality cannot be true because you're using your rationality to get to it. Alvin Plantinga has worked on it, but the most interesting person who brings it now to the fore is Thomas Nagel, the philosopher in New York. And he says there's something wrong here, because if you follow evolutionary naturalism, it undermines the very rationality you need to believe, not only in evolutionary naturalism, but in any theory at all. So my major problem, Peter, in all of this is not the mathematics. That's just an interesting bit of evidence. It's that here I am engaged in a rational discipline of mathematics. That all dissolves if the evolutionary naturalistic account is true. In other words, I often say to people, shooting yourself in the foot is painful, but shooting yourself in the brain is fatal.
By the way, Darwin actually, even though this discussion is tending to discount heavily, if not to dismiss his theories, Darwin is emerging as a fine writer, a wise man, and in all kinds of ways an honest man. One doubt, he recognized the problem with the Cambrian record, and then he recognized this huge question of where does the mind come from?
Yeah.
Where does all right, Michael, I'm quoting you to yourself. Intelligent design can happily coexist with a large degree of natural selection. Antibiotic and pesticide resistance, antifreeze proteins in fish and plants, and more may indeed be explained by the Darwinian mechanism. The critical claim of intelligent design is not that natural selection doesn't explain anything, but that it doesn't explain everything. Explain.
That's exactly right. Because if you posit that natural selection produced all of life, then it has to have produced not only trivia, but the profound molecular machines that are found in the cell, the genetic code, the wings of a bird, and much more. And we don't see that. And yet, it can work on DNA. For example, it can break genes. A random mutation can break a gene and, say, cause a brown bear to lose its coloration and become a white polar bear.
Right.
And eventually a new species. And it can break a
But that's baby stuff by comparison with the original aims.
That's exactly right. So just like you driving down the road, there can be nicks, stones can bump up and nick your car and you can get a scratch on it and so on. You can recognize that the car is designed, there are random nicks and bumps and so on. So random things can happen, but can they explain this elegant machinery that has been discovered by science at the foundation of life? And of course, the answer is
now I'm going to quote you one more time. Listen carefully, because this one comes back to the two of you. Michael B. He continues. Take a deep breath here. This is big. There could be, quote, a route open for a subtle God to design life without overriding natural law. If quantum events, such as radioactive decay, are not governed by causal laws, then it breaks no law of nature to influence such events. Further, although we may not be able to detect quantum manipulations, we may nevertheless be able to conclude confidently that the final structure was designed. So, here we start, all three of you. There are very serious problems with Darwin. Then we go to step 2, which is if there's a code, maybe there's a coder. I see that everybody recognizes we're on tricky territory, but all three are still there. And now being here goes to step 3. Actually, I think I see a mechanism by which the coder may have operated in this material world. Am I being fair to you?
Yes, that's true. Mm-hmm.
Okay, boys, do you go for that?
I
Steve?
don't.
You don't?
No, I think that when we invoke the action of a mind, we're invoking a non-material cause. And we don't need to play by the rules of scientific materialism to invent a mechanism to explain the origin of information, because we know from our uniform and repeated experience that information always arises from a mind. We don't understand the interface, the mind-body interface in the case of human intelligence. We know that we can affect the material world by the choices we make and by the thoughts that we have. I'm going to choose to move this water glass right now. But I don't know how my volitional act of my mind to initiate that act affected the material world. That interface is unknowable to us at this point. But we can infer from certain sorts of effects back to the activity of a mind. We know that a distinctive artifact or effect of intelligent activity is the production of information. Whenever we see information and we trace it back to its source, whether we're talking about computer code or a hieroglyphic inscription or a paragraph in a book or information embedded in a radio signal, we always come back to a mind.
If I can interrupt Steve a second, I think we're talking across purposes here. I wasn't saying that radioactive decay is responsible for because it's a random event. The quotation that Peter read was saying, could a clever God or clever mind use something that was undetectable to scientific instrumentation to affect the results that he wanted? So it's not a mechanism, it's a tool rather, and it's a tool wielded by a mind.
I'm not so much disagreeing with Mike Behe. I mean, disagreeing with the requirement that many of our evolutionary colleagues want to place on the theory of intelligent design, that it formulate its alternative explanation as a mechanistic cause. We're proposing a different kind of cause, a mental cause, which is something we recognize from our ordinary experience, but is somehow when we get into the science lab, we want to say, well, everything has to be explained materialistically, even information, which we know doesn't come about by undirected material processes.
I'm going to go to John Lennox as the referee here. Isn't it in the nature of science, even among, perhaps even especially among believers? Newton was I think it's fair to say he was a Christian. He was certainly he was a Christian, of course.
All the pioneers of mathematics were believers in God.
And Newton understands himself to be exploring the mind of God.
Yes, that's
and
right.
At some basic level, Newton, faithful Christian, is saying, how did he do it?
Yeah.
How did he do this? How did he do that? He's not saying, well, it's the mind of God, therefore no more questions to follow. He's in search of specific mechanisms, and that's a good and noble thing, which endows us with 9/10 of what we know about physics in some basic way, right? So here's the question that presents itself to me, layman that I hear stand in for baffled people the world over. Science, the question in science, how does it happen? Charles Darwin says, here's how it happened. Okay, and if you guys want to say, well, Charles Darwin was wrong. Okay, it didn't happen that way. How did it happen? And the answer can't just be God, or it can't just be designer. There's some sort of human impulse in us to say, well, how? What's the mechanism? And that's a fair question, and Behe's taking a shot at it. And Stephen's trying to say no.
I'll come back at you in a minute.
When Newton discovered his law of gravitation, he didn't say, now I've got a scientific explanation, I don't need God. What he did was to write Principia Mathematica, most famous book in the history of science, and expressed in it the hope that his research would lead thinking people to believe in God. In other words, he believed his science was showing evidence of an intelligent input into the universe.
Beauty, design, predictability.
Yes, but the important thing here is that a huge confusion comes up through Richard Dawkins suggesting that the God explanation is the same as the scientific explanation. That's like saying that the Henry Ford explanation for a motor car is the same as the explanation in terms of physics and automobile engineering. They're different kinds of explanation, and we need both to give a full explanation.
And they're different kinds of questions, Peter. The question of how the internal combustion engine operates can be answered using principles of mechanical and electrical engineering. But the question of the origin of the car can't be answered apart from invoking the activity of an intelligence. In the Principia, Newton he described the ongoing regular process of gravity, and he used a mathematical law to describe that process. But he also believed that the fine-tuning of the solar system gave direct evidence of the activity of a designing intelligence. He said this most beautiful system of sun, planet, and comets could only be the product of an intelligent and powerful being. So he actually made a direct design argument. When we're talking about the origin of life, or the origin of the universe, or the origin of the Cambrian animals, there's another way of framing the question. It is, what type of cause best explains the origin of these things? An undirected material process or an intelligent cause? And science.
Yeah, but why do you object to Michael's attempt to find a mechanism? Yes, yes.
Michael said.
Let me just
Yes, Michael.
Let Michael come in.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
I feel as though I've set things up so that the two of you have been able to beat him about the head and shoulders.
When Isaac Newton developed his wonderful law of gravity, he was asked, what the heck is gravity? And he said, hypothesis non fingo.
Yes.
I feigned no hypothesis.
He had no mechanism.
He didn't have a mechanism. What's the mechanism for the Big Bang?
Nobody knows.
What's the mechanism for radioactive decay? I don't know. So there's lots of things that happen. People don't know what the mechanism is, but we see patterns and we can deduce explanations from the patterns.
Okay. I'm going to quote you, and I begin by quoting someone you quote. This is more Behe here. Biochemist Franklin Harold, in his 2001 book, The Way of the Cell, quote, "We should reject as a matter of principle the substitution of intelligent design for the dialogue of chance and necessity, but we must concede that there are presently no detailed accounts of the evolution of any biochemical system, only a variety of wishful explanations," close quote. And Michael says, well, to begin with, that's quite a breathtaking concession, and congratulations, the science has moved along enough to recognize the limits to Darwin. And then Michael continues, Harold never spells out his reasoning, that is to say, why we should reject intelligent design in principle, but I think the principle probably boils down to this. Design appears to point strongly beyond nature. All three of us are down for, everybody's down for that. It has philosophical and theological implications because some think that science should avoid a theory that points so strongly beyond nature, they want to rule out intelligent design from the start, close quote. This is the question of drawing lines. And I pose the question to Michael Behe, what the heck is wrong with that? We just say, science goes as far as it goes with our five senses and what we can reason therefrom. And when it hits a dead end, it says, dead end. You haven't got it. Radioactive decay, gravity, don't know. Go ahead. So what's wrong with drawing these very sharp lines? Why do you want to include intelligent design in the scientific enterprise?
Well, for a couple of reasons. First, if scientists claimed that they did not know how life developed, that would be good with me. That would be a step in the right direction because they don't. Unfortunately, people pretend that they do. On the other hand, we can tell, we conclude design, we infer design from physical evidence. It's not from some, vision or anything that people have. If you look at a mousetrap, you can tell it was designed, and you can tell because you see how the parts are arranged, what the relationship of the parts with respect to each other to perform a function. When you look at an outboard motor on a boat, you see the same thing. You see a purposeful arrangement of parts. Now we see that in the machinery of the cell. We see outboard motors in the cell. We see trucks in the cell, and so on. So,
but your life would be so much easier if at the end of your article you said,
less fun.
You said, if you would like to pursue this further, go to the Department of Philosophy. Go to the Department of Theology. Here the science ends.
I say that after we conclude design. I do not infer to God. And as I write, some people have approached me and said, yeah, I'm with you. I think it's intelligent, but I think it's, space aliens have visited us.
Fred Hoyle's explanation.
I think,
go ahead, John.
I think the basic question here is, there are several and they're very important, is what is an explanation? That's a crucial question. And Michael cited Newton, hypothesi non fingo. His gravity, when I was taught in school, I thought the law of gravity explained gravity. And I was an adult before I discovered it explains no such thing. So that even a scientific explanation within its own terms is rarely full. It's almost never full. That's the first thing. Secondly, we admit at all kinds of levels explanations in terms of agent, like if we want a complete description of the motor car. Now, your earlier question to Michael, could God have done this? There is a sense in which God can do things any way he likes. But the issue is, how does God do it? And secondly, is his activity detectable scientifically? Now, I'm putting those words together very carefully. Not is his involvement detectable, but is it detectable in terms of science? In other words, if you set up your definition of science as restricted to the five senses,
Yes.
so that you're not, and here comes the principle, the Socratic principle, that is often violated, that the late Anthony Flew saw, that when he came to conclude that there was an intelligent designer behind the universe on the basis of DNA, and they said, oh, but you can't do that. He said, I follow the evidence where it leads. And this is the clash that arises. You can either say, well, science has come to an end. It cannot answer this question. There are very few people want to say that. Or you say, science is limited. We must open the field to other kinds of questions, like the why questions of purpose, like teleology and all this kind of thing. And the underlying mistake that we're forced to think is that science and rationality are coextensive when they're not.
And also that
That is to say, science does not cover the full field of rationality.
No, history is a rational discipline.
and
So is
there are
philosophy.
other kinds of sciences, and this is what my PhD was about. There's historical scientific reasoning, which is all about
abduction,
inferring back to to explain causal origins. Imagine that you walk into the British Museum and you look at the Rosetta Stone, and someone says, "Well, how did those inscriptions come about?" If the archaeologist is governed by a principle that you alluded to indirectly, it's called methodological naturalism. We may only infer materialistic causes, whatever the evidence. The scientist would miss the obvious explanation. This was produced by scribes,
right,
by intelligent agents. There are distinctive indicators of the activity of intelligence, and therefore that allows us to infer. There was one of the early pioneers in the information sciences named Henry Quastler said that the creation of new information is habitually associated with conscious activity. In other words, our uniform and repeated experience affirms that there's only one type of cause that produces information. But uniform and repeated experience is the basis of all historical scientific reasoning. So there is a basis in historical scientific reasoning to infer intelligent design. There's no need or reason to limit the conclusions that we can consider in that branch of science, because
unless, and here's the bottom line for all of this, unless you presume a naturalistic worldview and imprison yourself within its confines.
That's the key issue.
That's not fair. If the evidence leads beyond a naturalistic view, you must pursue it, correct?
Why not? Why shouldn't you?
All right.
Yeah.
But why shouldn't you? That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're closing yourself
artificially
within a prison.
All right. All three of you strike me as, well, of course, you're rather argumentative, but all three of you strike me as rational men, and yet look at the lives you lead. Steve Meyer wrote an article on the Cambrian explosion for the Proceedings of the Biological Society at the Smithsonian Institution, and his editor was harassed and finally left the institution. Michael Behe has evoked from his colleagues at Lehigh University, which is a great university and especially strong in the sciences, a statement on their website that Dr. Behe is entitled to express his views, but we, his colleagues in the biology department, do not view them as science.
He's been disclaimed.
He's been disclaimed. Why? Academics espouse all kinds of crazy ideas. Why should these ideas, why should the challenge to Darwin and the suggestion that if there's a code, there's a coder, the suggestion of an intelligent design, evoke such singular hostility? What is going on? I'll start with John because I didn't give you the
What is going on is the domination of naturalism and materialism in the academy, which is so ironical. I'm from Oxford University. Its motto, and it's been there for a long time, is Dominus Illuminatio Mea, The people that founded the great universities of the world had no problem with the idea of an intelligent designer of the universe. But now somehow in the academy, anybody who espouses the idea that was the foundation of modern science in the 16th and 17th centuries, arguably as a historical thesis, is out. That strikes me.
And that idea,
as
the founding idea is?
The founding idea is, well, let me quote C.S. Lewis. Men became scientific. Why? Because they expected law in nature, and they expected law in nature because they believed in the legislator. There it is, encapsulated. That's Whitehead's thesis, if you want it, North Whitehead. And the point is, these gentlemen here, tragically, have been subject to an anti-intellectualism that has lost the spirit that lies behind the modern science that these universities claim to teach.
Two quotations, and then I'm going to ask each of you to comment. Here's quotation number one. Oxford biologist Richard Dawkins, your sometime debating opponent, Richard Dawkins, quote, "The universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is at bottom no design, no purpose, no evil and no good, nothing but pointless indifference." Here's the second quotation from a man who at the time he wrote this was known as Cardinal Ratzinger. He would later become Pope Benedict XVI. Quote, "Let us go directly to the question of evolution and its mechanisms. Microbiology and biochemistry have brought revolutionary insights here. We must have the audacity to say that the great projects of the living creation are not the products of chance and error. They show us a creating intelligence, and they do so more luminously and radiantly today than ever before." Who's the better scientist? Who has a better grasp?
Well, the first statement is not a statement of science at all. Dawkins is giving his own atheistic belief and doing a spin on morality, which he contradicts in his own life. So it's of no consequence, I think.
I'd like to, you know,
Remind me never to cross you, John.
I sometimes quote the same quote from Dawkins that you just read previously and followed up by saying he must be a lot of fun at parties because he has such a gloomy view, but he supports nothing. And Cardinal Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict, is talking science. He wasn't talking about how
he really is. He's not overshooting.
No, yeah, I should say he's talking the latest science, talking about what's been discovered by molecular biology and biochemistry and cell biology. He's not talking about, you know, how squirrels are so cute or things like that. He's saying, holy moly, these are machines.
Holy moly is a technical term.
Yeah.
I'm sure from
Well,
theology,
that's
right?
Latin.
But Ratzinger's voice
Latin.
was very important. He was in a school of very interesting German philosophers led by a man called Spemann. And one of the best deconstructions of Dawkins was written by one of Spamann's pupils, a man called Reinhard Löff. Unfortunately, it's only in German, not in English, but it is absolutely brilliant. But Ratzinger really, before he became Pope, he wrote a lot on this kind of stuff and influenced the present cardinal in Vienna, Schönborn, a great deal.
Can I say something in favor of the Dawkins quote? I like the framing. He says, the universe we observe has precisely the properties we should observe. If at bottom there's no purpose, no design, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference. I love the way he frames the issue. Question is he right? Are the things
he makes a testable assertion.
He makes a testable assertion about his materialistic philosophy. But then last summer, interestingly, he confessed to being knocked sideways by the digital information processing system of the cell. There was a new animation that was put up about it by an Australian group, and he said he was shocked by the intricate complexity. There's something extremely surprising. The universe doesn't look as it should from a strictly materialistic point of view. We should not expect the fine-tuning of the laws and constants of physics. We shouldn't expect a beginning to the universe. And we should, from a materialistic point of view, we certainly shouldn't have expected to find the intricate nanotechnology and information technology that is evident in the living cell.
He's concluding from physical evidence whether he thinks there's purpose or not in the universe. And he's got his opinion, but that means that that's a legitimate thing that one can ask. Is there physical evidence for purpose in life, in the universe?
It actually implies that it's legitimate to consider the question of design.
Yes.
But it's worse than that. He's denying the existence of good and evil. And that destroys morality. And he does believe in the problem of evil because he rails against it. So there's a total disconnect at the moral level.
Gentlemen, last question. Last question. I'm going to set it up one more time with two quotations. Quotation one, Michael Behe. The strength of intelligent design derives mainly from the workaday progress of science. The cell is not getting any simpler. It is getting much more complex. Progress in 20th century science has led us to the design hypothesis. I expect progress in the 21st century to confirm and extend it. Close quote. Here's quotation number two from a colleague of many of you, mathematician David Berlinski. The theory of evolution is unique among scientific instruments in being cherished not for what it contains, but for what it lacks. There are in Darwin's scheme no special creation, no divine guidance or transcendental forces. Darwin, the Oxford biologist Richard Dawkins has remarked with evident gratitude, Berlinski continues, made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled atheist. No doubt, David Berlinski concludes, the theory of evolution will continue to play the singular role in the life of our secular culture that it has always played. Close quote. It's not a question of the science. What you're up against is a world view. And Michael very cheerfully says, no. Science is science. They'll come around. In this century, the hypothesis of design will be extended and confirmed. And Berlinski says, oh, you silly boy. What do you think? Tell who's more likely right, the optimist or David Berlinski?
I'm not a prophet. But I'll tell you what Dawkins has done for me. He's made it possible to be an intellectually fulfilled Christian.
Stephen?
I love what Mike said about the way the hypothesis of intelligent design is being confirmed and extended by 21st century science. We're seeing that in with many important experimental results and new discoveries. For example, a few years ago, the discovery that only a certain portion of the DNA codes for proteins and the rest doesn't led many neo-Darwinists to develop the concept of junk DNA.
Yes.
The 97% that doesn't code for proteins, they said, is
Useless.
just the leftover
Right.
the flopsome and gypsum of the random trial and error process of natural selection and random mutation. Several of our leading ID proponents in the 1990s and early 2000s said, well, we agree that there should be some evidence of those random mutations accumulating, but not 97%. So we're going to predict, based on our theory, that those non-coding regions of the DNA aren't junk DNA, but rather they are importantly functional. And that prediction has now been confirmed by the ENCODE project and a number of other interesting developments in bioinformatics. And we now know that the non-coding regions of the DNA are functioning roughly like an operating system in a computer. They're controlling the timing and expression of the coding files. And so we actually, this is a prediction that was made by proponents of intelligent design that's been confirmed by new discoveries.
I didn't answer your question. Am I an optimist? Actually, I am. Not a biologist, but reading the stuff from the so-called third wave of biology really does make me quite an optimist that there will be an intellectual breakthrough. There was a meeting at the Royal
Under
Society.
the weight of accumulating scientific
Under
work.
the weight of evidence.
Yes.
It's a very heavy ship, but it's beginning to turn, I think. And there was evidence at the Royal Society meeting just a couple
John's referring to a meeting
ago.
in 2016 that was convened by members of the Royal Society and evolutionary biologists who doubt the standard neo-Darwinian model and who are saying we need a new theory of evolution, and they called the meeting to explore new evolutionary mechanisms that could either replace or supplement natural selection because of its lack of creative power.
I said that was the last question, but here's the last question.
Too much fun.
Here's you, three of you, lovely, cheerful, splendid men, and you say if there's a code, there's a coder, and you say, well, there are mechanisms by which one could imagine a mind participating or intervening or participating, let's say that, in the material world. All right, here's the objection. Haven't you ever heard of the Inquisition? Haven't you ever heard of the religious wars? Don't you understand the importance of the American settlement, whereby we had the Puritans in New England and the Episcopalians in the South and the Catholics in Maryland, and the settlement was to each his own. But there's going to be a public space here in which we can work together. This is what gives us the American, modern American, the university, the modern research, let's put it that way, the modern research institution. And it's the way you three are going. Maybe the three of you don't intend it, but the people who come right after you are going to be right back to put them in stocks, old-fashioned morality. The religion is a very tricky and quite often in human history, baneful influence. And the three of you are kicking open the door to this dragon that we had very carefully locked up. Michael?
Well, opinions differ on that, I think. But, you know, the thing is that
you're undermining the Enlightenment.
This is science, and science doesn't care about your particular worldview. We have, throughout history, scientific discoveries such as the microbial world and relativity and other things have upset our very notion of what reality is. And now it's the turn of molecular biology and biochemistry to make us sit up and take notice. I can't stop science from discovering complexity and elegance in the cell. It's there. What people do with it is a different question.
I'm saving the last word for John because he's the senior man at this table.
As well you should. I have a friendly debating partner named Michael Ruse, British professor of philosophy and biology, Florida State. We've done a number of debates, and Michael's written an important book in which he explains that Darwinism has functioned as a kind of secular religion for many people in the sciences. And so people from different worldviews can at any time initiate inquisitions and cancellations of people they disagree with. I think we all have to be careful not to indulge in that. But this isn't, the cancellations have not just come from one side or the other in the debates in human history. On the other hand, and so I think one of the reasons that intelligent design has been silenced, that Michael's been disclaimed, and Richard Sternberg was persecuted at the Smithsonian
I'm a little
Institution.
too close to you myself, come to think of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that when you challenge Darwinism, you are challenging not just a scientific theory, but a deeply held worldview or something that's functioning as a kind of secular religion. And people on that side of the aisle have been guilty of indulging in cancel culture. And I think we just all need to disclaim that and follow the evidence where it leads. And one final thought, and that is that in the history of science, a belief in a designer, a creator, inspired scientific innovation and development. You look at Newton, for example. He developed the calculus, the binomial theory, developed the theory of gravitation, the laws of motion. His Principia was meant to reveal the principles of creation that had come from the mind of God. So a belief in a creator doesn't stifle scientific innovation. It can inspire it. And we think our modern theory of intelligent design is also going to lead to new discoveries, such as the one I mentioned a minute ago, that junk DNA isn't junk.
John Lennox, Professor Emeritus of Mathematics, a noble and pure expression of the mind of man at one of the greatest universities that has ever existed, the University of Oxford. Professor Lennox, you are complicit in rolling back the Enlightenment.
Absolutely. I'm delighted to do it because the Enlightenment discovered that the best way to deal with opponents was to cut their heads off. And the historians, particularly John Gray, who's an atheist, actually, one of the top historians of the intellectual in Europe, points out that there's a direct line from the Enlightenment to the persecutions of Stalin and the horrific destruction of life in the 20th century. So you'll get nowhere with the Enlightenment. Second point, coming from Northern Ireland, I'm acutely aware of the reputation of religions, particularly Christianity, for causing war. And that has led me to do a lot of investigating. And I've come to the conclusion, about which I've written, so I'm not going into it in much detail. But what has happened there is that people have failed to go to the heart of the issue. Now, some religions may generate wars. I'm not denying that, and they will have to speak for themselves. But one of the most interesting things about Christianity is that Christ was tried. And it's a public record that he was tried for being a terrorist. We rarely put it into modern terms. He was exonerated by the Roman procurator. And why? Because when challenged whether he was a political opponent of Rome, he said, my kingdom is not from this world. Otherwise, my servants would have been fighting, and he'd stopped them fighting. But now my kingdom isn't from here. You're a king? Yes, he said. To this end I was born, and to this end I came into the world to bear witness to the truth. And Pilate said, what is truth? And went out, declared Christ innocent, but then gave in to the crowd. The point of that is hugely important historically. I used to wonder, why is there so much in the New Testament Gospels about the trial of Christ? And suddenly I realized it's because of this precise question. Christ repudiated violence so that people in my own country who followed him using bombs on both sides,
Yes,
they weren't Christian at all because they repudiated Christ. The obvious thing in all of this is the one thing you cannot do with sheer power is to impose truth on people. And I think Pilate saw that.
John Lennox, Michael Behe, Stephen Meyer, thank you.
Thank you.
For Uncommon Knowledge and the Hoover Institution, I'm Peter Robinson.
Presents a Talk of the Times event on the issue of intelligent design versus evolution in Seattle on April 26th.
I'm awfully glad you're here to join us for tonight's conversation. There are still, if you're looking for seats, there are a few stray singles scattered throughout the center section, and then there are 2 and 3 seats available together on the extreme sides. But believe it or not, the sightline is quite good and the acoustics are very good on the sides, so don't hesitate to sit on the sides. I'd like to welcome everybody to this, the first of 2006's Talk of the Times, which is a series we do with the Seattle Times. We're glad to sponsor tonight's event with them. I want to call your attention to a few upcoming events at Town Hall before I get to introductions of the speakers. Tomorrow night we'll bring Seattle Follies, our popular political cabaret built a solid foundation of ill-advised satire, ill-considered opinion, and beer price to move. Guests include Norm Stamper, Dave Meinert, Reggie Watts, and some eccentric and inspiring Fisher poets we dug up for you in Astoria, Oregon. That'll be downstairs at 7:30 tomorrow night. The next Talk of the Times is scheduled for May 19th, and it's appreciably more serious than Seattle Follies tomorrow night. It's a one-on-one with Simon Schama, the acclaimed historian and art historian, author of Citizen, Rembrandt's Eyes, Landscape in Memory, the landmark TV series A History of Britain, and the recent Rough Crossings. He'll be joined by Seattle Times book editor Marianne Gwynn. It came together a bit too late to be included in our calendar, so make a mental note. That's on May 19th, Friday evening, 7:30 p.m. downstairs. I urge you to pick up Town Hall's calendar actually on your way out because you'll learn more about our jam-packed May. I love to say I designed it this way, but we sort of stumbled into a focus on women's political engagement with appearances by NARAL President Kate Michelman, MoveOn.org co-founder Joan Blades, and local activist Kristen Rao Finkbeiner, pollster Celinda Lake, and anti-war activist Cindy Sheehan, Nobel Prize winner Shirin Ebadi, former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Like I said, it's a packed month for us, and I hope you'll be back a few times. Finally, a quick word about tonight's format. We've already begun distributing, or we're about to begin distributing question cards. You'll want to write down your name and any question you might have, and we'll be back to pick them up from you in about 30 minutes. We'll use these questions to conclude the evening after a moderated conversation. Know that we may not be able to get to every question, so write your name, write your question, and we'll do our best to get to it. As anyone who's followed the subject of tonight's conversation will tell you, even the semantic frame of the issue proves debatable and hotly so. So I'll tiptoe into it by saying that the Seattle Times and Town Hall are pleased to welcome to the stage two of our region's most articulate voices in the recent and contentious conversation about the nature of the origin and development of life. And that there's a reason tonight's conversation between two scientists also sits comfortably within the purview of the paper's chief political reporter. Stephen C. Meyer is the director and senior fellow of the Center for Science and Culture at the Discovery Institute in Seattle. He earned his PhD in the history and philosophy of science from Cambridge University for a dissertation entitled Of Clues and Causes, a Methodological Interpretation of Origin of Life Studies. Previously, he worked as a geophysicist with the Atlantic Richfield Company after earning his undergraduate degrees in physics and geology at Whitworth College. Meyer has co-authored two books, Darwinism, Design, and Public Education, and Science and Evidence of Design in the Universe. He is joined on our stage by Dr. Peter Ward, a paleontologist and University of Washington professor of geology, biology, zoology, and astrobiology. His work specializes in the Cretaceous tertiary extinction and mass extinctions generally. He is the author or co-author of 12 books, many on biodiversity and the fossil record. Titles include Rare Earth, Why Complex Life is Uncommon in the Universe, Gorgon, Obsession, Paleontology, and the Greatest Mass Extinction, and his latest, Life as We Do Not Know It, the NASA search for and synthesis of alien life. Here to lead tonight's conversation is the Seattle Times' esteemed political reporter, David Postman. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Meyer, Peter Ward, and David Postman.
Wow. Thank you all for coming. The audience estimates grew quickly the last couple of days. Appreciate you all coming out. Couple of quick words on format, which is there really isn't going to be much of a format. It's not a debate. We're not going to be timing people. There's no bells or buzzers or hooks or anything of that sort. We hope to have a conversation. Understanding is the guests will jump in when they feel they want to. We will be polite, but they'll always listen to me when I tell them to stop. As you heard, question cards are coming around, so try to be concise. We will be filtering those out a little bit and starting to ask them, about 40 minutes into the program. I don't know that we'll get to all the questions. I think we're asking you to put your names on there in case we want to try to get a follow-up from somebody. So again, we're looking for a little bit of dialogue and looking for open minds at least for 90 minutes so we can have the discussion. Obviously, it's a contentious issue. I learned about it firsthand, how contentious it is this morning when a story that I wrote appeared in the Seattle Times and my email started to fill up before dawn. As people around the country were reading the article, somebody obviously had posted it somewhere, and I heard from esteemed academics from around the country, and I must say most of them, all of them unhappy with me, and all of them opponents of intelligent design, pretty clearly convinced that I was, in the Seattle Times, was in the business of promoting intelligent design, and I was a little taken back by that, and it wasn't until later in the day or in the morning that a colleague emailed me and said, have you looked at the Discovery Institute blog? They're on to you. So I looked there, and there's some criticism coming from that side. And there are reporters that'll tell you, oh, if I've made both sides mad, I've done something right. I don't usually agree with that, but I will today. It's the comfort I shall take. And I think it allows us to start with a little bit of middle ground in this tough issue. Which I think both sides that are represented here tonight can agree that I'm not smart enough to handle the issue. So we start with that, and I won't be offended by that. I also learned just now, though, that both intelligent design and Darwinian evolution allows for water skiing, because both of our guests are accomplished water skiers. So, we're not all so different. We talked a little bit before we came out here about how to start, so there's no big surprise here on my questions. Again, we're not trying to pull any fast ones or get anybody on the hot seat, and try to get the conversation going. And one of the things I found in trying to write about this issue is it's very difficult to summarize intelligent design. Partly because it's complicated, partly because it's controversial, and newspapers don't have a lot of room. We get a paragraph or two to say this is what it is, not books to say what it is. So that's a difficult thing, and I must say the advocates, the promoters of intelligent design don't usually agree with how it comes out in the newspaper. So I wanted to start, Steve, with giving you the opportunity to tell me and all of us, if you were charged with that, if you had a paragraph or two to explain intelligent design to newspaper readers, not to scientific readers or anybody else, how would you do it?
Well, David, thank you. And thanks to Peter for joining us and for all of you for coming. Well, I'll give you our straight up definition, and then maybe there's time I'll tell you why we might have objected a bit as to the way you portrayed us.
Sure.
I do appreciate the question so directly. The theory of intelligent design holds that there are certain features of the universe and of living systems that are best explained by an intelligent cause rather than an undirected natural process. And so what do we mean by that? And that's our short synopsis.
One paragraph.
Okay.
Now, what was the second one?
That was only a sentence. Okay. Okay. Well, the kind of features we're talking about are things that have been discovered in science over the last half century. The fine-tuning of the laws of physics and chemistry in the area of physics. The exquisite nanotechnology that has been discovered inside cells, the miniature machines, the engines, the sliding clamps, the protein copy machines, and little rotary engines. If you got our little handout as you walked in, you can see some of the kinds of things that interest us in that regard. And then thirdly, the most interesting thing to me personally is the discovery of the reams and reams of digital code that's stored inside DNA and transmitted in RNA. And these are features that we think are best explained by an intelligent cause rather than a purely undirected process. Now, in saying that, it's important to understand what we're not saying. We're not necessarily challenging the idea of evolution per se, at least as defined as change over time or even common ancestry. But we are challenging the specifically Darwinian idea that life is the result of a purely undirected process that mimics the powers of a designing intelligence. About a year ago, Richard Dawkins was here from Oxford University. Dawkins is famous for saying that biology is the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed for a purpose. We take the opposite view. We think that things really were designed. They don't just appear to be designed. And we think that the scientific evidence supports that conclusion.
My editor's here, and if I could write paragraphs that long, I think we could all agree I could get it down. And this is the problem. Peter, let me ask you, if you can put aside just for this exercise, your feelings about this, the debate and everything else, if you had to explain to your students what it is that Steve promotes, what it is that he supports, how would you describe this?
Dogma. Where were you all on my last book tour? Hopefully I'm seeing some of you, some of my Biology 354 people next Monday. I'm the other guy after Ray. I'm the second half of the Ray and Peter duo. And if you're here, thank you. Let me know your name. I like Steve a lot, and I really worry about what intelligent design is doing to our country, it's doing to our kids. What worries me most is this whole idea that we should teach the controversy. It sounds so overtly reasonable. But first off, you have to realize that anything that George Bush is pushing, I mean...
No, wait a minute. Peter, hold on a sec. Peter, a couple of minutes ago, though, you were concerned about this becoming a political issue, and let's just let the record show you're the first one to bring up George Bush. Let me bring you back just a little bit to this.
Okay, this is my microphone. This is a political issue.
It is, and that's why I'm here, clearly. But
let's briefly look at the aspect of letting our kids have a science class where we give equal time to evolution and intelligent design. Patrick, where are you?
I'm going to stop you though for a second.
Oh.
I want you to try to, and it's not a debate, but let's try to answer that question. Is there a way that you can just try to explain this concept, this theory,
It's not a theory. That's the thing. It's not science. It's not a theory. So I can't explain it as a theory. I can explain it as a political dogma.
Okay. Then Steve, let me go back to you for a second. You said if given the time, you would critique how I described it. And in the story today, which was for a newspaper story, kind of long, it's done in little bits and pieces, frankly. We don't put it all in one. But in general, intelligent design argues that life is so biologically complex, there must be some kind of supernatural designer involved. The concept, however, leaves the designer unnamed. What's wrong with that piece?
I feel your pain, first of all, because I've written op-eds and I know how hard it is to squeeze things in a few words. But here's why we quibble with your definition. When we argue for design, we're not arguing based on a negative assessment of the powers of various naturalistic mechanisms, natural selection, for example. It's not just a critique of natural selection. This is so complex, natural selection couldn't produce it, therefore it was designed. That's not our argument. We do critique the relevant naturalistic hypotheses as to their explanatory power with respect to, for example, these exquisite machines or circuits in cells, or I think even more importantly, the digital code in cells. But we're also making a positive case for design based upon our knowledge, not our ignorance, but our knowledge of the cause and effect structure of the world. It is part of our knowledge that there is a cause that is sufficient to produce digital code. We know that that cause is intelligence. From our own experience, Bill Gates, for example, has said that DNA is like a software program, only much more complex than any that's ever been written. Now, we know from experience that when you build things that function like software code, inevitably there's a mind or an intelligence involved. When I was doing my doctoral work in Cambridge, I was very much interested in whether or not this new argument from design could be made into a rigorous scientific argument. Peter and I both have a background in historical sciences, in paleontology, geology. And I went back to the source, to Darwin and to his mentor, Lyell. And the key methodological maxim that they enjoined upon historical scientists was a very much common sense idea, which is that if you're trying to explain the past, you shouldn't invent exotic causes of the sort we've never seen in operation, but rather you should invoke causes that are known to produce the effect in question. And Lyell's way of framing that was to say we should be looking for presently acting causes. Well, I asked the question, what's the presently acting cause of digital code? We know of only one, that's intelligence. So we're not arguing from our ignorance of cause and effect process, but rather our knowledge of it.
Okay. Well, Peter, how do you, if we can try to stick to that, I'm obviously handicapped because I'm not an actem. I'm not a biologist, a paleontologist. You are. So if you can respond to that on my behalf, how would you? What is the scientific argument of that?
We really need to, first of all, I think a nice thing to do right to begin here is, instead of asking what is life, what is science? Science is not an assemblage of facts, truth, not capital T, truth. Scientists test things. And so a way that I would approach and have approached this idea about intelligent design is ask the question, which you can also ask of evolutionary biology. What set of data that you could find would totally convince you you're absolutely wrong? And I could pose this to Stephen. I know what I would do. If I could go out and I would find a dinosaur fossil with a human head in the jaws of a T-Rex, I guarantee I would not be accepting evolutionary biology in its current guise, because we would know that is an absolutely falsifiable set of findings that makes what we understand, what we teach, and the set of many, many, many hypotheses and theories that make up evolutionary biology. It's not just one. If I were to find that, or if I were to go back to the Devonian or the Ordovician and find a monkey sitting among those Ordovician brachiopods, we have made a big mistake. Now, I ask you that. What set of findings would convince you that ID, as you understand it, has been falsified?
That's a good question. I'd say one thing as a preamble. If we found that, we'd both end up being young Earth creationists. The thing about but I'm not. I'm
You're an old Earth creationist.
Well, whatever you want to call it. I think science. First of all, I think the theory of intelligent design is eminently testable.
It's not a theory, though.
Well, I think it is. I think it's testable by but in the same way that Darwin's theory of evolution was testable, in the same way that Darwin set out to test his theory, which was against a suite of different evidences. He said he listed these different classes of facts that supported his argument for example, universal common descent. I don't think theories are tested by one silver bullet experiment. I think it's usually a weighing of the preponderance of evidence. So I wouldn't accept the way you framed your question. But I think there are a number of key tests of intelligent design. All historical theories are tested in two ways. The first is in their ability to explain already known facts. This is critical in the Darwinian synthesis. It's not that because we are unable to replicate the past under controlled laboratory experiments, historical scientists are often put in the position of having to explain already known facts, and the way you test a theory is by comparing its explanatory power against its nearest competitor. Some of the key things that I put on the table at the beginning of the discussion, the presence of this nanotechnology in cells, the presence of information. I think intelligent design has already been tested because it is capable.
What is that test?
The test is what theory best explains the information embedded in DNA, where best is determined by what we know about the cause and effect structure of the world. And what I mean, you and I both have a fascination with these experiments, the RNA world experiments. And what we find there is that the hottest theory of the origin of life, that is the naturalistic alternative to intelligent design, is relying heavily on so-called ribozyme engineering, the attempt to get RNA molecules to perform certain
but Stephen, you haven't answered my question. What is that the test you're going to do? Is it ribozyme?
The key test is show me a process that generates information and large amounts of specified information without the guidance of an intelligent agent. These ribozyme engineering, this ribozyme engineering work that I know you're so interested in, as am I, is guided by intelligence. Such benefits, such improvements in the efficiency of replication, for example, that are achieved, and so far they're fairly minimal, are achieved because an intelligent agent is guiding that. So I say those experiments are actually simulating the power of intelligence, and everything we know is that only intelligence produces information. So we test our theories against our knowledge of the cause and effect structure of the world.
I want to let Peter get, but let me add one follow-up to you. Do you believe that intelligent design has faced as rigorous a scientific test as Darwinian evolution? I mean, are they equal in terms of being put to the test?
I think, first of all, there are many things that Darwinian evolution can explain. Okay. But there are some very key things that Darwinian evolution, and in particular, chemical evolutionary theory of the origin of the first life, cannot and has not explained. And I used to ask my students, if you want to give your computer a new functionality, what do you have to give it? And the answer is you have to give it new lines of code. The same thing is true in life. And so the fact that these evolutionary theories have not been able to explain the origin of the first information is not a minor anomaly. This is a fundamental theory, a theoretical problem. It's a fundamental lacuna. Any theory that can't account for the origin of information, when we now understand that information runs the show in biology, is a theory that has a serious theoretical gap.
Okay, equal time.
Yes, go ahead. Please.
He's just so smooth, though. I could sit back and
I'll
listen.
slow down.
One of the beautiful things about science is it's predictive. And the biological theories that we call evolution, there are so many, predict many things. And they also produce things. Now, one of the great predictive aspects of this body of knowledge that we call evolutionary theory is that it is our first line of defense against something that I think affects every one of us, infectious disease. We know that viruses mutate. We know that bacteria evolve. We have to stay one step ahead of that. And I would suggest that all who really, if you really believe in intelligent design, you're not allowed to use antibiotics.
That's not true.
It's forever taken away from you. You're not allowed to have this stuff. So my point here, Steve, is what is the predictive power that ID can do? What will it predict, and what will it produce? Because what evolutionary theory has done has ended up an enormous number of predictions that have had huge power and have actually had material production. What can ID do along those lines?
That's a great question. Let me give a couple examples. for few of you may have grabbed our handout on the way in. You may know that there's an ongoing debate about the origin of the molecular machines in the cell, the bacterial flagellar motor, this little rotary engine that Michael Behe has made famous in his book, Darwin's Black Box. He's been critiqued by Ken Miller, a biologist at Brown University. Behe's at Lehigh. Looks for all the world like a scientific debate. Miller has noted that there's a little syringe like pump that has many of the same protein parts that make up a bacterial flagellar motor. Miller argues that that syringe is an ancestral form of the flagellar motor. Behe argues that it's a degenerative product of the genetic information that made the motor as a whole. Now, that's a chicken or egg question. Which came first? And that's a very testable question. Which of those two systems is older? Which is younger? And papers are beginning to come in on this, one by Milton Sayer recently, actually favoring Behe's position, although somewhat tentatively. My colleague Scott Minnick at the University of Idaho, a microbiologist, is doing a number of experiments to test this very thing. We think there's very strong evidence that the flagellar motor is ancestral, or the motor as a whole and the genes that made it are ancestral, and that the type 3 secretory system, as it's called, is a byproduct of that and derivative of that. For one thing, the genes for building the type 3 secretory system occur on little plasmids that are derivative from other genomes. There's several cases of this, but it's all the same conclusion. So it's very simple. There's an argument. There's a critical test. Which is younger, which is older? There's a numbers of ways to test that, phylogenetic studies and so forth. Michael Behe's ID theory is very testable.
Okay, let's go back and let me ask the question again. I see why he's got such a pretty face. It's like Muhammad Ali. He dodges and weaves. This is great. Tell me what are the predictive powers of ID? What can it give us? If it's a scientific theory, there will be predictions that accrue. What are they going to be?
Well, I just made one, first of all. Secondly, I'll give a couple others. Okay.
Okay.
When we talked last on, was it Dory, right? Dory Monson?
Dory Monson.
I talked about the whole issue of junk DNA. Okay. There are two very important papers have come out in the last year saying that neo-Darwinism has been heuristically unfruitful with respect to the whole question of these non-coding regions of the
heuristically
genome.
unfruitful.
It's exactly what you're asking about.
Okay.
Has it made good predictions that have led us to new discoveries, or has it led us down a blind alley? Conclusion, James Shapiro, Richard von Sternberg, it's led us down a blind alley. It says, neo-Darwinism says, hey, if observes that there's big sections of the genome that don't code for proteins, because we assume that genetic information is produced by a trial and error process, then we would assume that there'd be a lot of so-called junk DNA. That was the first conclusion Crick drew in 1980 about it. Well, it's turning out that there's lots of hidden functions in that non-coding region, which is exactly something that we would predict from a design theoretic point of view, because we don't think information was produced by a higgledy-piggledy trial and error process.
But couldn't that as easily just be the fact that science is now getting better and better in understanding the huge complexity of DNA? Science is not truth. We're adding information all the time, and we're constantly changing ideas and hypotheses.
I
mean, this idea of junk DNA, it was called junk DNA because a generation ago, the people looking at this had a very poor understanding of how things work at that particular level. And there's less and less junk in that DNA now. But this is not
the
something
theoretical framework of Darwinism did lead us down to a blind alley. But let me give you another example.
What is Darwinism?
It's let me give you another example rather than define terms.
I don't know what Darwinism is, though.
It's the synthetic theory of
tell me, can you define Darwinism?
We should. I want to talk about it, but
I want to answer his main question about predictive capacity.
But then let's talk about that. Go ahead.
A couple years ago, Bruce Alberts had an article in Cell saying that to be effective cell biologists in the age of molecular machines, we need to be training our students as design engineers. And my colleague Jonathan Wells has taken that up with some seriousness, and he says he's interested in a particular form of cancer. He has a hypothesis about what has caused it, and he is applying principles of design engineering to understand the functioning of centrioles. He hypothesizes that they are functioning on the same principles of turbines. They not only look like turbines, but they actually are turbines. He's had a Boeing engineer help him work up some of the mathematical calculations, and he's now able to explain some of the effects that may be responsible for a particular form of cancer. So he's using an explicitly designed theoretic framework to guide his research in hopes that we discover some new things that we wouldn't have otherwise.
You've lost me. How does that relate to intelligent design?
he's treating, he's not just saying, as a Darwinian would do, things look designed, but they're not really designed. He says, no, they really are designed, so I'm going to apply principles of mechanical engineering to try to guide my search for other unknown structures in the cell. He's using design as a positive guide to discovery.
Peter, can I ask a question?
I didn't think it was that hard to understand. I don't know.
I missed it.
Draw a distinction between evolution, Darwinian evolution, and now we also heard the phrase neo-Darwinism. Do you see those distinctions? Do those mean something to you?
Well, there's a lot of ways to, I guess, put things in boxes. What we call evolutionary biology is composed of a huge number now of interesting testable hypotheses. And what is a theory? A theory is simply a hypothesis that has withstood so many different tests that it is rather a next layer up. It's certainly not a truth with a capital T. We have so many aspects of studying what we call evolutionary biology. My particular way of looking at it is examining the fossil record and to explicitly test ideas and hypotheses. One of the really interesting things to me, and in a major sense, one of the things that I do mostly is I study extinction. Now, it seems to me that a major test of ID, if that designer is so damn good, why is it that 99% of all species ever produced are extinct? I mean, that's really crappy design.
Yeah.
Why is it that I'm turning into such old age so fast? I mean, that's crappy design too. And I'm really pissed at the designer on that little deal. If we try to call something Darwinism, a lot of us object to that because it is really, one of the ways that you can do this is stand up this sort of cardboard thing we call Darwinism, and then what the ID people try to do is knock it down. And if it's knocked down, then what's standing? Well, I mean, the ID people will tell you it's ID. But again, science is a very different thing than knocking down cardboard cutouts. I think if you look at any of the web tracking devices of science and you type in keywords and you ask how many articles, comments, references are there to any aspect of evolution, it's in the hundreds of thousands to millions. Now you do the same thing on intelligent design in the scientific literature and you're in the hundreds.
This is good. Steve, this is what I was trying to ask you earlier. Do you think that intelligent design has been put to the same test? You have 100 years of research and debate and questions and challenges to one theory, and you have, I don't know how much on the other side, but a decade of real work on that side. I mean, they can't be equal, can they?
Yeah, certainly this is a new theory. I mean, you know,
it's not a theory.
Is that an applause line, really? I mean, certainly it's a new theory, but the reason that we
he's allowed to call it a theory, and Peter,
we have on our website you know, a list of the peer-reviewed articles and books that have been published. There's some significant work going on here. Some of it published with mainstream university
Are
presses.
they in the tens,
and,
the hundreds?
In the tens.
In the tens.
Significant books. When Darwin's theory of evolution was
But
published,
evolution is in the millions now.
Well, but there are also accumulating anomalies for the theory that have been building up over a century. And you know, there's the same literature that discusses evolution also discusses the significant problems with it. I want to go back to the challenge that was raised. You know, are we erecting a cardboard cutout of Darwinian evolution, or is there a reason we use the term neo-Darwinism? There is. Evolution can mean many different things. I've written an essay called The Meanings of Evolution. I've identified at least 6 different meanings. Many other people who write in the area would agree. But 3 key meanings. It can mean change over time. It can mean the common ancestry, or the idea of universal common ancestry, Darwin's tree of life, picture of the history of life. And it can also mean, it can refer to a mechanism, and specifically the idea that natural selection acting on various forms of mutations is sufficient to produce the form and function that we see around us and the appearance of design. Now, when we use the term neo-Darwinism, we do so because we want to be clear about what we're challenging and what we're not. In challenging the theory of intelligent design does not challenge the first 2 meanings of evolution, change over time or the idea of common ancestry, though some of us are skeptical about universal common ancestry. But it does specifically challenge the idea that a purely undirected process, natural selection acting on random variations, or other similarly materialistic mechanisms can account for all the form that we see in the biological world. So we're not trying to be erect a stereotype of the theory and knock it down. Just the opposite. We're trying to be clear and precise about what we are critiquing and what we're not.
I saw Peter jump when you said there are people who question the universal ancestry. What goes through your head when you heard that?
Well, I personally, I have my own sense about it. I'm really interested in the origin of life, not just on this planet, but on any planet. And I suspect that we're going to really understand that there are many more kinds of life that can be built. In my recent book plug moment, Life as We Do Not Know It, I really do attempt to think about, gee, if it's not DNA life, what could it be? And if it's not our kind of DNA life, and it turns out there'd be a variety of ways you can make DNA. And there's a fabulous evolutionist at University of Florida, Steve Benner, who invented a DNA that uses a different language. The language of DNA is using a series of bases to spell out, I want to use this amino acid or this amino acid to build a protein. We're all made of proteins. Well, he made a DNA that uses a different language, totally fake DNA. And he uses it to help us survive, those of us afflicted with hepatitis B. And he's a multimillionaire from this. He changed. He was God. He changed the nature of the basic stuff of life using evolutionary principles.
Brilliant design engineering.
It certainly was. And he used it to help kill off a highly undesigned but very bad bug. Thank you.
Can I say something about those bad bugs?
I think they are bad bugs.
They are bad. We agree on that. We agree on a lot. This is fun. I have a colleague, Scott Minnick, who works on pathogenic things, bad stuff. And it turns out that this flagellar motor that Mike Behe has made so much of is very important in understanding the origin of pathogenicity and some of the, like the plague and other things. And what Minnick has discovered is that that a number of these bad critters, these bad things that are excreted that cause the plague and other killer diseases, are the result of mutational degradation of a clearly aboriginal design, the original genome that builds the bacterial flagellar motor.
So what the hell was your designer thinking when he made the plague?
Well, the point is that the plague was not part of the aboriginal design. You asked a minute ago about extinctions. I mean, everything that we design, the fact that things...
Who's we? Is that the royal we?
We.
Oh, okay.
You and I are kind of
I got
pointy heads. Maybe we don't design much at all. We just talk for a living. But the point is that humans design things and eventually they decay. And so the fact that there are extinctions or the fact that there are mutations that degrade original designs that are good, but then cause harm to us is not a problem to design theory. That's something that you would expect.
Is that your answer? You know, Peter asked earlier about, you know, he feels like he's getting old, so he's angry at the designer. How do you, I mean, is that sort of the why do good things happen to bad people argument? What do you say if there is a designer, supreme designer who figured this out? How do you answer those sorts of questions that Peter raised?
The question is parasitic off of a theological assumption. That
what?
It means that...
I'm glad you said that. I don't know. Explain.
The question is parasitic off of a theological assumption. It's borrowing something from theology, namely okay. the assumption behind the question is if there is an intelligent designer, then why isn't everything perfect? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we're looking at this as scientists and saying, you know, there's certain key hallmarks of intelligent activity. One of them is information. One of them is the functional integration of parts that perform a function. Behe calls that irreducible complexity. So we infer to an intelligence. Now, people want to say, well, why didn't the intelligence do it this way, that way, or the other? Well, to answer that question, you get immediately into theology. If you're thinking that the designer is God. If you're thinking that the designer is not God, that it's some kind of intelligence, the identity of which we know not, then those problems don't really arise. Either way, the theologians have answers for those questions. They say, you know, God didn't see fit to make us immortal because we're prideful and we're not ready for that. That's a theological answer. In other words, whether you take a theological perspective on design or whether you just take a generic understanding of design built from analogy to our own experience as designers, we have reasons to expect that you would see evidence of design, but also evidence of decay. So the fact of extinction is I don't think, a decisive argument against design.
So, Stephen, who is this or what is this designer in your view?
In my view, the designer is God. Okay, but David's point. I don't know if our guys at Discovery hit you about this or not, but
how do we test for God? Science can not.
I'm not saying we can test. I'm not saying we can test for God.
Then ID can't be a science because we can test for the process.
You've made a jump in logic. You've made a jump in logic. No, you've made a jump in logic. You can test for intelligence.
Hold on. We'll get to questions later. Give us a chance.
I wonder if we could give that heckler a round of applause for making the evening more memorable. Anyway, no.
Whatever you say, we're not going to box. We like each other. It ain't going to happen. If you're here for red meat, I'm sorry. We're vegetarians.
We're vegetarian. Let me address this in context of what David wrote this morning. Okay, the theory of intelligent design holds that an intelligent cause can
explain. It's not a theory.
Can explain certain things. Okay, and the reason that we say that is that there are certain key features based on our cause and effect structure of the world that we know only intelligence can build. One of those is digital code. So when we find digital code in the cell, we think that it is a warranted inference to infer that there was a prior intelligence. Now, we don't claim to be able to know from the scientific evidence the identity of the designer. The scientific methods of design detection that have been developed by people like William Dembski in his book Design Inference with Cambridge Press enable us to infer to an intelligence. We do this all the time, by the way. If you're an archaeologist and you see inscriptions in the Rosetta Stone, you infer that it was a scribe, not wind and erosion. There are criteria that enable us to detect intelligent cause.
Except with the Rosetta Stone, we know who the author was. We know that it was a human carving. Give me 1 second, Peter.
The point is we're not claiming from the scientific evidence to be able to know that the designer is God.
I understand,
okay?
but
so Peter's made a jump here when it's saying that ID is not testable. We're not claiming the thing he says is not testable. We're only claiming that the presence of an intelligence versus an undirected process is detectable and testable with scientific
Peter's
methods.
going to blow
I made
so
a
let's let him
jump.
talk.
I believe in punctuated equilibrium. Thank you.
So Peter,
Peter,
what do you make of the Cambrian explosion? Do you hold a polyphyletic or a monophyletic view of the history of life?
You know, I was hoping we get to that, and one of the really wonderful things that we do compare is Cambrian explosion. I've been up to the Burgess Shale, and one of the real interesting things about the Burgess Shale is that the damn Canadians control it so tightly. Are there any Canadians here?
A little too late now on that one.
I was a landed immigrant. Richard Nixon was not going to kill me, but I came back, and what I'd like you to know is I've been up to the Burgess Shale, and what happened there is that you have to carry out all your own wastes. So all the scientists who go up there get a tin can with your name on it. So anything that you produce, you bring back down out there with you. Steve Gould was up there, and not only did he have to carry out his own waste, he had to be carried up on a sedan chair and came back again. But it's an amazing place for understanding, I mean, this view of life and this grandeur of life. Now, what's so spectacular is the Burgess Shale was really thought to be the only window, the only real window into the past, so we could get soft-parted creatures. But a fantastic new place, as you know, Xinjiang in China, we now have another window 10 million years prior to the Burgess. The same sort of preservation, where not only the fossils, not only their hard parts, but soft parts are preserved. And lo and behold, they're less evolved than the Burgess. It's a two-part snapshot. If you ever want the most fabulous reaffirmation that evolution took place, you just look at the Burgess and look at Xinjiang. And I think you have a tremendous sense of a tree going back towards its roots. Evolution is writ large in almost biblical proportions, excuse me, if you go out and look at the rock record.
I disagree with the assessment. I've also been to the top. We got a big kick out of it. I took my son.
Oh, your cans?
Yeah. Well, the fact that we made it back down and Steve Gould had to be airlifted off, you know. But a couple of years ago, we sponsored one of the leading Chinese paleontologists in your department to come speak in your department, J.Y. Chen. And I dispute your assessment that you have lesser complexity at the base of the explosion. The Xinjiang fossils are beautifully preserved.
Oh, they are.
And you have trilobites, where they've now discovered fishes there in.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, they're less. The lobopods, for instance, we go into lobopods. You've got far more complex in the Burgess than your Xinjiang. Evolution has increased diversity. It has increased complexity.
you have this. You have some animals that are less complex because they weren't known before.
Okay, trust me on this, Stephen. Trust me on this. You
no,
can't
don't
trust
pull
me on
rank
this,
here. I've
buddy.
written on this too.
No. You can't go there with this.
Anyway, J.Y. Chen is at your department, and he doesn't accept the tree picture. He says it's upside down. You get the major diversification, major innovation of form right from the base of the Cambrian. And it's not an argument, that's a gesture, in case you've not taken logic. Afterwards, he's very skeptical of universal common descent.
Yes, that's one. Now I can cite 100 who absolutely disagree with him.
He was asked, you're so skeptical about the standard Darwinian doctrine of universal common descent. He said, well, in my country, he says, you can question Darwin, but you can't question the government. He says, in this country, you can question the government, but you can't question Darwinism.
Now, let's. All right. I want to go.
What's Darwinism?
Well, I think we've
the
been through
conjunct
that.
of universal common descent and the theory of natural selection and random mutation.
I think we've been through that. Let me go back to God for a second, since some folks at Discovery think I'm obsessed with the question. Here's what's difficult for me to wrap my head around, and I think Peter was getting this. If the designer is unnamed, but nearly all the advocates say that in their religious view it's God, but that's not a scientific view. I mean, there's very few advocates of intelligent design who name a designer other than God, correct?
There are a few that are religiously agnostic, Michael Denton, or the Buddhist, Jeffrey Schwartz, the neuroscientist at University of at UCLA. Berlinski, who's sympathetic to design but not a proponent, is agnostic religiously. So and I think some interesting other examples, not from our camp, but from the evolutionary world of evolutionary biology, would be people like Fred Hoyle, Chandra Wickramasinghe, and even Francis Crick, who speculated that life had been designed and transported here from outer space, the so-called panspermia theory. So there are other options, and that's one of the. We're not trying to be sneaky. I think one of the things we objected to about your article is it slightly hinted that we were being disingenuous in this. Maybe you didn't mean that.
I certainly didn't mean disingenuous.
Some people have said it directly. You guys are being sneaky.
Yeah, and well, the judge said it. The judge said it in Dover.
We're just trying to. It's the opposite though, David. We're just trying to be careful about what the science says, what it implies, what it points to.
Am I going to separate you two?
Yeah.
But let me just. I'll give you a chance on
we
this
see
too,
evidence
Peter.
of an intelligence, but it is a second-order philosophical question as to the nature and identity of that intelligence. When you see gene sequences that function like software code, you can see
but you understand how people.
But there's no signature. It doesn't say made by anyone.
I understand, but you have the majority of the fellows say God is the designer. You have funders who have openly stated religious positions and agendas and promote that. And it really becomes a small little piece of middle ground then to say it's been designed. We're not going to say by who. The people with the money, the people getting the money have an answer to that. It just seems like a shrinking piece to try to maintain the non-named designer, right?
We're interested in evidence and arguments, okay? And we think the evidence strongly supports the reality of a prior designing intelligence. We don't go further in identifying the designer on the basis of science.
How do you test that?
In some of the ways that I mentioned previously.
Science cannot test for the supernatural, and that's what you're having. It
cannot
test for the supernatural. Science just cannot deal with what you want it to go. Therefore, it is not science.
If your argument was true, Peter, then we would not be able to test the conclusion that the Rosetta Stone had been made by an intelligent agent rather than a wind and erosion.
Oh, that's crap.
That again was not an argument. The point is we test our inferences about the past against our knowledge of the cause and effect structure of the world. We know from experience that intelligence produces information. When we find information on the Rosetta Stone, we therefore infer that there was an intelligent cause at work. That is testable against the backdrop of our knowledge of cause and effect experience.
I see Joe Felsenstein in the audience, probably one of the world's greatest evolutionists, and I see him. Well, I should see his expressions. I would love that if Joe could come up here, I guess he can't, and talk to us about your comment about intelligence and this digital code business. From my own point of view, you're going on. Joe!
No, that's okay. The next one.
It seems to me that digital code is one of the things that I study. I study the appearance and the disappearance of things. So when I look at the fossil record, it really is a digital yes, no. It's around for a while, then it goes extinct. And so I'm looking at terminations, presence, absence, presence, absence. That's a whole digital code. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. And yet here is this beautiful pattern. Where it is coming from is extinction or knock-off extinction based on adaptations of organisms. ID has nothing to do with this.
Well,
this is simply natural selection and extinction, and sometimes meteors from space. And unless your designer is throwing the damn meteors, then how do you account for this?
I'm talking about the digital code in DNA. You're confusing that with
a digital code.
An analytical
you
pattern
were saying there's
might...
no biological pattern of digital code that is not produced by an intelligence. I just gave you one.
That's not functional information. That's your description.
It's real information.
That's your description of the pattern in the fossil record.
And we have, what's wrong with my description?
I'm sure it's accurate, Peter. That's not the problem.
We have 10 minutes left.
We're talking about software
teach the
stuff that functions like software.
Let's talk about teaching the controversy, Peter. Thank you.
Okay.
And Peter, let me start with you. Is there a controversy over Darwinian evolution?
There are so many controversies within evolutionary biology. I mean, where do I start? We have, everywhere we look are controversies, but there are controversies in every science. There are thousands of controversies in physics or in chemistry or in any field of biology. Why do we single out evolutionary biology? The fact that we have controversies, just like Cobb County, Georgia, we put a little sticker on it, let's single out evolution. The fact that we have controversies somehow makes us less legitimate as a science. That's what science is. It is nothing but controversies. Why do we single out? So I have a 9-year-old. Patrick Ward, are you here? Patrick, or did you go home? There he is. Check that out. He's wore a tie for the first time ever today for this. Okay, my son Patrick Ward is in a Seattle public school. He has science. When you're teaching 9-year-olds, you can't teach science. Science is a verb. It is not a noun. I think that's really important. Science is a verb. And all we have time to teach in middle school are facts that science has come up with. But we can't teach how to do science in a middle school or a grade school. Now, they want to teach the controversy. How in the world, when you can't even teach real science in a grade school, are you going to have a 9-year-old like Patrick Ward try to balance a political point of view with a very complex methodological construct, one of the greatest the human mind has ever come up with, which is this verb we call science? It can't be done. If we teach the controversy, we remove the amount of time that Patrick Ward gets to hear about really important things, like biology, like DNA, like astronomy, and we put it in the realm of politics. We change a science class to a politics class. Now, let's say that every public school in America, as these folks want, teaches intelligent design, politics, next to science. What are American students like? How do they compete with the Chinese? How do they compete with the Europeans and the Japanese who don't do this? What do we do if we tell students the answer to that question is way too complex, forget about it, we kill curiosity? This will be my only heat of this point. Intelligent design taught in our schools will kill curiosity, and we become a nation of second raters. Okay. Think about this.
Steve, there's been controversy even about what does it mean to teach controversy. What does it mean when Discovery Institute says that?
I don't think teaching, first of all, one thing Peter and I agree about is that science is full of controversies. And our proposal for science education, which I've made with my Darwinist colleague, former UW professor John Angus Campbell, is that teaching arguments and teaching arguments in science is a very good way to teach science, because one of the things that scientists do, one of the most important things that scientists do, is they argue about competing interpretations of the same evidence. And in Darwin's book, in The Origin of Species, Darwin says that he's making one long argument. And contemporary neo-Darwinism, which is indeed a biological perspective, makes many of the same arguments, but they're updated. And it turns out if you survey the biological literature, whether you're talking about the evidence from the fossil record, the evidence of molecular or anatomical homology, the evidence from biogeography, the evidence for the causal efficacy of natural selection acting on random mutation, there are evidence-based counter-arguments to most of the main arguments that are made in the neo-Darwinian synthesis. So what we think that this doesn't kill curiosity. It opens the door to curiosity.
But it does. It says it's so complex. No.
And another thing that I mean, by the way, we're not advocating that the theory of intelligent design be required in the public schools. We're trying to develop a scientific research program. We funded a lot of research. Most of the key books that have been produced in the early phases of work on intelligent design were funded by our institute. Our proposal is that students should learn the scientific case for Darwinian evolution in its modern and full glory, but they should also learn the scientific arguments against the theory as they appear in the scientific literature. The Cambrian explosion is a serious challenge to the idea of a seamless development of life.
Oh, not even
you have 40 body plans that emerge suddenly in the fossil record.
And we can do that so simply with Hox genes. I teach this, one of the lectures in my class.
That's very controversial, whether
no,
Hox genes. That's exactly the perfect illustration of what we're saying.
3 weeks from now, I'll give that lecture. Please come. I will convert you. It'll be
I
turn
know about
to the Darwin side. My first convert.
He's inviting me to join the dark side again.
Yeah, it's the lights on. Look at this suit, man.
Let's let the audience ask some questions through me in this case. I got 3 piles, one that are for both of you and then some for one or the other. But let's start with some that are for both of you. Going for some more common ground. Is there any place where these two ideas intersect? Is there any possibility of both of these theories being partly true? Peter?
Well, no, there's only one theory and there's one political ideology, so they can't intersect. Now, on the other hand, Steve has done some very good work, and I've actually seen what he's done. He actually has done real science. He worked for a scientific company. He's helped us find petroleum. He's helped in the good old days when gas wasn't $3 per gallon.
Actually, that was the only time I was employed. It was just as high. You know?
So he has done science. But the ID side isn't science. It can't intersect. There's no intersection. If one part goes for something supernatural, all of a sudden you're out of the realm of science. I mean, how would you like it if we went to a religion class and I started teaching organic chemistry? So,
Steve, go ahead, answer the question. Do you see a place where these could intersect and they both could be
of course.
true?
You know, I said at the beginning that we don't challenge the idea of change over time. Peter and I have substantially the same view of the fossil record. What we challenge is the idea that there's a purely undirected process driving all that change. So I had something that came across the other day. This was from the Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. It says, evolutionary paths to new therapeutic drugs as a wide assortment of other enzyme products have been created through, of all things, intelligent design. And the headline is Intelligently Designed Molecular Evolution. You can have change over time that is guided or directed by intelligence. What our method of analysis does, following Dembski and others, is enable you to detect the products of intelligence in the echo of their effects.
Yeah, but scientists don't design that humans can build things. I mean, the suit of mine was intelligently designed, I guess. I mean, but what we do say is that the pattern of life that we see and the way we understand life can be understood through scientific methodology.
Well, you're defining science as excluding intelligent causation by definition, yet that is part of the reality of our experience, that minds produce certain sorts of effects. And what we are seeing is some of those effects in the cell.
Let's try to get another question. I think you disagree on that one. This is another one for both of you. What is the relationship between evidence and proof? And how does this relationship bear on intelligent design and the scientific community's critique of intelligent design? Let's let Steve answer first this time.
I think Peter and I will agree on this. That science does not provide us with knockdown, drag-out proof in the mode of, say, what medieval philosophers were seeking. Rather, what we have are competing explanations of phenomena, and we usually, in science, try to make an inference to the best explanation, whereas, again, best is adjudicated by our knowledge of the cause and effect structure of the world. So when I have formulated scientific arguments for the theory of intelligent design, I have done them using the same method of reasoning, the same method of study that Darwin himself used, which was sometimes called the method of multiple competing hypotheses in our primary training in geology, or the idea of making an inference to the best explanation. So we're trying to develop our case for design based on standard methods of scientific reasoning and based on scientific evidence that we observe.
Peter, the relationship between evidence and proof.
Well, as again, there's no capital T. Ben Kerr here, Carl Bergstrom. I was lucky to have just some great colleagues in the last couple of days, and we talked about this. I think I learned more from talking to these guys and having a long time. But science isn't about a capital T truth. I mean, we really thought that we understood the way that physics worked. I mean, we went back to Newton. Newton had explained things so beautifully. And then we had to discard most of it when we understood more, saw more, got more facts. And Einstein came along. And because of this, we had to discard an awful lot of Newtonian mechanics. Science, we could have said, say in 1700, that we had the truth, capital T, on physics, but science doesn't work that way. Somebody else is going to come along and probably displace Einsteinian business. Things change. But what you cannot do is go to the supernatural, because every aspect of science can only deal with the natural. The supernatural is required for intelligent design.
Steve, you guys don't like that phrase, supernatural.
No, the methods of design detection, and I would encourage people who are astute mathematicians and scientists to look at Dembski's work and the design inference. The kind of argument that I've constructed from information is based on our knowledge of what intelligent agents do.
But what am I missing?
And so we're not claiming to be able to detect a supernatural intelligence, but rather intelligent simplicity. One of Dembski's key points in the first chapter of the design inference is that we detect the action of intelligence all the time. In cryptography, in forensic science, in archaeology, in anthropology, even in trade fields like insurance fraud detection, minds are able to recognize the products of other minds. That's part of being a rational individual. And what Peter is suggesting is that we should exclude from science the possibility of intelligent causation as a methodological principle. When we want to be open to wherever the evidence leads, we think science is about seeking the truth, no holds barred, and being open to whatever type of cause best explains the evidence.
Let's let Peter respond to it. Is that what you're saying? Is that, what's the question? When you were talking about that you think it should exclude the possibility.
Yeah, again, science can explain every aspect of biological structure that we have looked at. Well, not every. We've got lots of mysteries that are still not explained, but there's not yet been one single one that we say cannot be attacked or is not being attacked or is not capable of being attacked through scientific methodology, whereas science cannot attack your sense of an intelligent creator, an intelligent designer, an intelligent science can't get at that. It's just not graspable to us, and therefore that makes your explanation not scientific.
Peter, if that were true, then 2 weeks ago in Science magazine, there wouldn't have been 2 articles which purported to have refuted Behe based on experimental research. Clearly, people are taking up intelligent design hypotheses and they're testing them and attempting to refute them. We agree with the refutation. We thought it was a weak one.
This is apples and oranges.
No,
Behe is looking at biological structures, and he's saying that this thing just cannot work in such and such a way. So there's lots of testable ideas that you can look at. What we're saying is the overall arching aspect of your point of view is that there is a designer out there. How do we get at that designer? I go back to my first question to you. What test test would you make up to show you that your whole idea is wrong?
I think the first test, the test is, let's go to some of the simulation experiments that you and I both are going on with RNA World. If someone can get RNA to self-assemble, to solve the sequencing problem without intelligent design, I will resign the Discovery Institute.
And I'm going to get you to resign. Everybody, we heard that. These experiments are taking place right now at Harvard.
There's a reason they call it ribozyme engineering.
No.
Okay, let's try to get some more questions in here. Steve, this one is for you. Please describe one experiment.
I got a salary for you.
Steve, please describe one experiment that demonstrates the validity of intelligent design that has been documented in a peer-reviewed scientific paper and whose results have been reproduced by non-believers in intelligent design.
What was that again?
That was a mouthful.
Huh?
I didn't quite hear it.
Did you hear that again? Please describe one experiment that demonstrates the validity of intelligent design, has been documented in a peer-reviewed scientific paper, and whose results have been reproduced by non-believers in intelligent design.
Well, there's a lot of conditionals there.
Yes. There's a high standard, but I think that's the question: is has it met that standard?
That's why they call it science classes. It is hard.
Well,
go ahead, Steve.
There's some very good scientific work going on, specifically with respect to this question of Behe and Miller, as to whether co-option or Behe's original design hypothesis from reducible complexity is correct. And there's a key question: which of these two systems is primary? And there's a lot of experimental ways to get at that question. And that work is ongoing right now. So that's a testable hypothesis. That work is not yet in a peer-reviewed journal, but other peer-reviewed publications supporting intelligent design have already been published. There's a binder in the back. You can leaf through it if you're interested.
Let me just inject one thing on this peer review thing that we talked about a lot, and it comes up a lot. And there's a piece from the trial where they talked about this.
Dover.
Yes, Dover, the trial where a federal judge ruled against the teaching of intelligent design, and it comes up in several places, I'm sure, as you know, in the transcripts about what exists in terms of peer review. And this has been a real hard thing for me to kind of get my head around: is there or is there not? And here's the passage that I think is telling. And Professor Behe is on the stand, and he's asked, you've argued, now you have never argued for intelligent design in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, correct? No, I argued for it in my book. Not in a peer review, no. And in fact, there are no peer-reviewed articles by anyone advocating for intelligent design supported by pertinent experiments or calculations which provide detailed, rigorous accounts of how intelligent design of any biological system occurred. Is that correct? That is correct, yes. So that's Professor Behe, who's, the best known, I suppose.
I dispute Mike's answer. I think,
but that is what he's saying. The person who is
first of all, there are lots of peer-reviewed publications supporting ID. Okay, some of them are in books. Some other important scientific ideas that were first promulgated in books. The Principia by Newton, Starry Messenger by Galileo, The Origin of Species by Darwin. When I testified in 2002 before the Ohio State Board of Education, Larry Krauss said, there are no peer-reviewed scientific articles, and then under his breath he could have said, in journals that we control. Okay, there is.
But we've shifting the question.
No,
we can talk about exclusion.
You may think that's a low blow. You may think that's a low blow, but I've had an experience with this. I published a peer-reviewed paper in a journal, the Proceedings of the Biological Society, that was published out of the Smithsonian Institution.
I've read it.
After the art, and it was based on experimental evidence. It was based on arguments that I've made. It was a scientific paper. The editor was deprived of his keys, his office, his access to samples. He was interrogated as to his religious and political affiliations. His closest colleagues were interrogated as to his political and religious affiliations. He eventually filed a complaint with the Office of Special Counsel, which validated his side of the story. So to say that peer review has not become a very conservative process when an ideologically sensitive issue is at stake in science is to be naive in the extreme. And
I may be naive, but the argument has been at I'm gonna put a question to you in 1 second here, and let's let Peter respond quickly. But then we have another question for you. Let's try to get the audience questions in if we can.
Yeah, I just want to read from Judge John E. Jones III, a Bush-appointed jurist, who, after the many weeks in the Dover, said he was forced to come to and this is a quote from him, the inescapable conclusion, after listening to the scientific evidence, that ID is an interesting theological argument, but that it is not science. And he called, what is it? Oh, the school board members testified inconsistently or lied outright under oath. So what we saw from this Dover trial, I think, you guys are writing a book to try to get back at that. That's a pretty clear point.
It's been written.
When a judge who was, pre-evolved to be happy about ID found out from the
we don't
testimony
know that.
and from the evidence that intelligent design is not a science. This is the jurist himself in a 100-page bit of very interesting wording that I think every American ought to read. You guys have some big trouble.
I disagree.
Of course you have to.
Of course I do.
They pay you. You have to disagree.
I got paid more in the oil industry. The question of what is science is a definitional matter. And the judge accepted the argument of the ACLU, which is the point that I just made, that you accept a definition of science that says that you may not consider an intelligent cause for any phenomenon. If you accept that as a matter of definition, then, well, intelligent design isn't science. We are challenging that definition of science.
We've come to agreement.
If, conditionally, you accept that definition, we do not. We think science should be about finding the best explanation, not the best explanation among a limited set of options. The judge also said that it was unconstitutional that it would be unconstitutional to disparage evolution, we haven't had that since blasphemy laws in the Middle Ages. I mean, we can't question the idea anymore. And he also claimed falsely, having not read our amicus brief, that there were no peer-reviewed papers or books supporting the theory of intelligent design. That's just false. That's in the judge's opinion, and it's false. We provided him with an amicus brief with an appendix that gave a list of those publications. So you can't believe everything a judge in central Pennsylvania tells you.
I think you...
Let's get to another question from the audience, if we can. I have a question for you from the audience. Two parts, but I think the second one fits well in what we were just talking about. Didn't Darwin admit to limitations with his findings in his original text? And number two, why would scientists who are evolutionists be threatened by an additional / alternative idea that seems unscientific?
Well, I don't think we're threatened by the ideas. Science is about competing ideas all the time. My sense of the threat, again, was that funny? My sense is that our country, what do we produce in this country? You know, what keeps America going? How do all of you work and live? What do? Do you make cars? Do you make locomotives? I mean, do we produce anything in this country? The only thing we produce anymore is brain power. The only thing we have going for us is our intellectual sense of being at a cutting edge. And I think that's the risk here. And I think that's why a lot of us are really concerned, is that it sounds so reasonable, but it is a path that leads us to mediocrity, intellectual mediocrity, because you're taking something. All right.
Peter, I heard this from a lot of people this morning in email, but let me ask you a quick question. Is there a chance that by being here and having this debate, it strengthens intellectual curiosity?
I'm certainly here.
I'm glad you came here to have the
we're
debate.
opposed to teaching the controversy, but look at the interest in the controversy. Now, what do you do? Not tell students where you were last night? I want to come back to the point about intellectual mediocrity in design. I for the life of me, can't understand how studying a complex, functionally integrated information processing system in a biological context is going to slow us down.
It is, because you're telling people we'll never understand it.
Absolutely not.
You cannot understand
design and the application of principles of design engineering leads us to greater insight into the function of these systems. I've worked closely with a retired software engineer, and as you know, in this town, some of those people are rather young. And he's been working with some of our molecular biologists on some computational simulations of what evolution can do via mutation and what it can't. And one day he came to me and handed me a book called Design Patterns, and it's apparently an advanced level manual text for software engineers. And he says, as I'm learning more and more about the information processing system in the cell, he says, it gives me kind of an eerie feeling, because I'm seeing not just digital information and an information processing system, but I'm seeing a design logic that mirrors but exceeds our own. But now, if you self-consciously begin to apply principles of design engineering to understanding life, how is that going to impede the advance of understanding about biology? I think it's going to advance it not impede it. Okay.
A question for Steve from the audience. How does intelligent design explain the continuing mutation of flu virus and other bacteria?
I think this speaks to a point before of common ground. We think there are a lot of phenomena that the existing paradigm, theory, whatever, it explains very well. I mean, we talked about how, Peter was talking about how Einstein subsumed Newton. You know, there's still a lot of great insights in Newtonian physics that we apply in our day-to-day world. Natural selection is a real process. Random mutation is a real process. It can do real things. Antibiotic resistance is a great example of mutational changes that have an effect, but when you see the way those mutations work, that they confer a selective advantage on organisms that possess that resistance, but the same mutations that confer that advantage also degrade the information processing capability and the cell wall synthesis capability of the cells. Clearly, those mutations can't go on indefinitely. The mutations, in other words, we think there's very well-established processes of adaptive capacity, of microevolution, but we think in a larger framework, the origination of the informational programs and the body plans and the molecular machines is something that is better explained by design.
But this is cherry picking. You're cherry picking.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, we're looking at
we'll take this one, but not this one. We'll take this one, but not this one.
Yeah,
we'll take this
no,
one,
we've
but
got-
not this
there's-
one.
It does seem a little bit like the cafeteria.
Well,
plan.
you'd have to know a little bit more about the science. The mutational processes that I was just talking about are running downhill informationally. Eventually, if you keep mutating those systems, that temporary advantage is going to be swamped by the destruction of the proteins and protein machines that are involved in information processing. So you can't extrapolate from a system that's running downhill informationally to explain the origin of large amounts of new functional information. That requires something new. I had an article recently in a London newspaper, and a professor wrote in who works on computational simulations of evolutionary theory. He says, I don't see why they both can't be true. He says, what I see is the programmer puts the original information in the system, and then evolution takes over from there. James Shapiro at the University of Chicago is working on pre-programmed adaptive capacity. And my friend Paul Nelson went and talked to him. They were on a panel. Shapiro said, you know, I can't make head or tail of what you guys are talking about with intelligent design. Nelson went to talk to Shapiro, and he said, look, you're really into this idea of pre-programmed adaptive capacity as a kind of alternative to strict Darwinism. We think that's a neat phenomenon. Let me ask you a question, Jim. Where does the programming come from in the first place? And Shapiro apparently said to Nelson, you know, I rarely think about that. And Nelson said, but that's what we think about. And I think the two can go together. There are real evolutionary phenomena that can be studied, but the origination of the programming is something that I think requires design.
Peter, you're going to respond to that?
Yeah, it just as I listen to this, I keep asking myself the question. This sounds so good till I get to, well, I'm a curious person. Show me the designer. How, and show me a way through your methodology that I can understand that designer. I mean, how can I expose this wonderful designer? Aren't you curious about what the designer is, and how are you going to find out?
Well, you learn
the identity.
some things about the designer by the nature of the effects. That, I think that's actually your comment betrays a little bit of a naive view of the way science works. Pardon the, sorry, I didn't mean it to be insulting. I really don't. I just mean, I think people often overlook the fact that science is indirectly inferential. There's lots of things in physics, quarks, fundamental forces that we don't observe directly. We infer them because of their explanatory power with respect to other things we do observe.
Okay, well, give me a test.
The same thing with intelligent
Give me a
design.
test.
You posit a designer
there.
because the attributes of intelligence explain the kind of phenomena that we see better than undirected processes.
Then give me a test.
I've given you one already. I have several. I mean,
They've failed my limited ability to understand your test.
Here's a question for me, but I'll turn it into one for all of us. It says, why does the Seattle Times promote this as a debate about science, criticism of evolution by intelligent design supporters, promote public skepticism about science that leads to increased scientific illiteracy at a time when we can ill afford it, which is what Peter Ward has been saying. I'll answer briefly, but I'd like you guys. I don't know that we did promote it as a debate about science, and in fact, one of the disagreements I think that Discovery Institute has with what I wrote was that I didn't pay enough attention to the science. I'm a political reporter, not a science reporter, not a religion reporter, and we were talking about this before we came out. I think this issue leaks into a lot of different areas. It is about politics. It is about the legal system in this country.
Well, and it's also about larger philosophical questions. If you start to talk about human origins, biological origins, cosmological origins, the wonderful thing about modern science is that we can address those questions. But however you end up answering those questions, your answers will have larger philosophical implications.
But you guys want to keep it wholly in science.
We do want to do scientific work that is attempting to explain evidence, but we're not immune to the fact that whether you take a Darwinian view, a self-organizational view, a Punkic view, an intelligent design view, that you're going to raise larger philosophical questions. To particularize my answer, we were talking about the teach the controversy issue a minute ago. We think teaching the controversy promotes scientific literacy. There's in the many biology textbooks to the present day, we have errors of omission. Cambrian explosion is hardly mentioned.
Oh, nonsense.
No, at the high school level, we've surveyed these. Get one short line in Miller-Levine, the rest of them hardly mention it. You still have errors of commission. Things like the Haeckel embryo diagrams, which have been known to be false for a long time, they're still being recycled in biology textbooks. So a critical outsider's perspective from a different theoretical point of view is very helpful in improving scientific literacy.
I have to ask a question of you folks. You've asked some of us. Did anybody's mind get changed tonight? All right. I didn't think it would.
That was not a requirement, though.
Did we have fun? Yeah. Sort of.
Peter, let me ask you, the sort of this, you're a scientist, you come here to argue largely the science, but you talked about politics, you talked about some of these other pieces. What is the view of your colleagues and what you hear at the university about you coming to argue about intelligent design?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think where I give credit to the Discovery Institute and the ID movement is that they have been tremendous public relations specialists. That as a political movement, I just take my hats off to you.
That's called being damned with faint praise, and I don't accept the compliment. Others I might accept, not that one.
So I see it in two ways. What if you're correct, but it's clear that the way we have taught science in this country has led us to become the premier scientific leader of the world. Our universities have no peer in the rest of the world. I mean, we can pretty well say that, and our standard of living owes an awful lot to that. So,
and you're claiming that
let me finish. All right, let me finish. I'm saying science, as we teach it, is responsible for that. So, what if you're right, and it turns out it's all by intelligent design? Well, but we keep teaching it the way we're teaching it. Everything's fine. But what if you're wrong, and it turns out that it was done by natural causes, but then we changed it to the way you want to teach it?
Then your overwhelmingly compelling evidence will show the fatuous nature of intelligent design in the classroom.
I'm more practical than that. I'm thinking about China would love us to go down this road. They already produce more engineers than we do. They already produce more scientists than we do.
Engineering is a design field.
Engineers come from scientists first.
Studying the biological system as a system that was actually designed, as opposed to one that only appears to be designed, could be very, very fruitful in understanding more about life. And in the process, we may understand more about engineering. By the way, we have this list of dissenting scientists, now over 600, who question.
And how many hundreds of thousands of pro scientists?
We have been criticized because many of the professors who have signed this are professors of electrical, computer, or mechanical engineering. And one of the things I want to say to you all is that if you have trouble convincing smart engineers that you can build these complex systems that we find in cells, the circuits, the software, the miniature machines. If you can't convince engineers of that, then I think
how many engineers out of all the engineers? How many? Let's be serious about this. You got 600 people. How many scientists are there in the world who are not taking your point of view? Come on, you guys love numbers. You live on numbers. 600 versus 100,000, 200,000. Let's see. That's pretty equal, all right.
There's no data on that, but there has been a comprehensive survey of U.S. medical doctors. There isn't. We don't know that. You can't just help yourself to the remainder. 60% of U.S. medical doctors reject the full-blown neo-Darwinian evolution.
Where? Who says that?
No, it's a recent survey. We've got it up on our website.
Steve, I asked you this question earlier.
My point is that people that actually have to build things are very much more sensitive to the case for design than qualitative biologists who can wave their hands and say mutation done it.
We quit being vegetarians. There is red meat in the hall. Here it is.
Let's let the audience get a few more questions in here. Here's a nice, easy one. How did life start? And if it was some form of intelligent or a bang, and if you both believe in evolution, then aren't you both basically in agreement? I mean, do these two arguments, if they're not...
You got to read my book. I got a new idea.
Yeah, well, share with it. But
it is a good book, Peter. Yeah, it is a good book.
And do you guys agree on...
How did life start?
It depends on how evolution
I don't know what his point of view
defined. My point of view is that the origin of life is one of the problem of the origin of life, which is essentially the problem of the origin of the information you need to build the living system, provides one of the strongest arguments for design. And you told me the same when we were backstage, that there was a strong place for a creator. It's at the point of the origin of the first life.
I think you misquoted me on that little deal. Bruce Ballack is here, one of the great astronomers at the University of Washington. He told me that we could give you all the telescopes in the world if you could give us some new proofs, new ideas, new ways to test how solar systems form. My sense of the origin of life, it turns out the coolest new thing we found, it may really be related to meteor impact. And there's a group at Caltech who is now studying impact craters as a way to make chemistry sets. I mean, it's really clear you need a chemistry set to make life. You need a good test tube. An impact crater is just that kind of test tube, especially if you link them together on a slope. You can weigh distillating material. You can get it wet, evaporate it, wet, evaporate it, wet, evaporate it. And then Steve Benner, I talked about, has figured out that borax soap. Anybody old enough to remember that Ronald Reagan was 20 mule teams borax? The old ranger himself. Well, who knew that borax soap may be the way that life started on Earth? Borax soap, when you wet it and dry it, turns into ribose sugar. You just start adding a little chemicals and you get RNA. I mean, there's origin of life right there.
That's what you call overlooking
the Ronald Reagan theory of the origin of life.
There's a big thing in origin of life called the sequencing problem. And arranging the parts of the molecules that function as alphabetic characters is the big problem. And I think it is interesting, whether we're talking about genetic algorithms or the kind of ribozyme simulations that are being done, invariably to move life in a more information-rich direction, to move these molecules in a more information-rich direction, it requires input from the investigator. And I think these are simulated.
No. I'll send you the papers. I mean, you were maybe incorrect 2 years ago. Harvard University just put $100 million into a Center for the Origin of Life because they know this is about one of the hottest scientific areas in the world. And we will have artificial life, I predict, in a decade.
Who's designing it, Peter?
We will have no.
It's the scientists in the laboratory.
No. Let me respond to that. We are going to recreate exactly what the early Earth was like. Now, if that's designing it, you've already said that science is about recreating and experimentation. If we put the same set of chemicals together and have the same conditions, because we can't have those conditions anymore, there's oxygen and all this stuff, and shake it up in a reasonable way, that seems to be the same way that life started on this planet. Isn't this a proof that it can happen without a creator?
No, it's not. It's not.
It is. You've done a scientific experiment. You've used science to create life.
You're missing the crucial element here, which is the role of the investigator in the RNA world requirement, even to get simple self-replication. You need to have a molecule which is a template and also a polymerase.
And Cindy Check won the Nobel Prize for showing that RNA can do just that.
You can do it if you can sequence the bases in a precise way so that they have function. But who's doing the sequencing?
What you have not let us have is we're also going to give you millions of years. And that's quite a different situation.
Let's go to another question. Could either of you publicly acknowledge the weakness of your respective beliefs, philosophical or scientific?
Why don't we just say no and move on?
Let's move on.
The weakness of our beliefs? My belief is that the Mariners are just going to go to a 90-loss season.
But let me ask you, I mean,
Get serious? I'm not being paid anything. Oh, okay, we'll see.
okay, they don't want to answer that. This is a question for Steve. Why do you keep saying that Darwinism is undirected? Random mutation is undirected. Natural selection is direction.
It's not directed by an intelligence. That's not an applause line. That's a technical question. No, it's undirected in the sense that there is no mind involved in it. And that's been part of the neo-Darwinian synthesis. I mean, every major evolutionist would accept that. I mean, we're not saying that that neo-Darwinism is committed to chance. I mean, creationists will sometimes make that misrepresentation theory. We understand that it's natural selection acting on random variation, but natural selection is not a directed or intelligent process. It's an undirected process that some have argued mimics the powers of a designing intelligence.
Here's a designing intelligent question. Is there a bar big enough for all of us to go after this?
Peter, I think your mind
I'll
is
design
wandering.
a drink if you all have one with me.
We still have more questions. Peter, here's a question for you. What is the strongest empirical evidence to date that clearly demonstrates vertical evolution has occurred? That is, one species evolving into a different, more advanced species. What's the strongest piece?
Well, there's so many lines of those evidence, but let me go back to my own, is that I began this career of mine as a lowly Ammonite paleontologist. I actually brought those two. And the beautiful thing, if you go to the rock record, is in sequences of rocks, you can watch fossils change. And in ammonites that I've studied, I've watched very thick sequences of rock have the same kind of fossil, and then you have thinner sequences with transitional forms, and then thick sequences with the same fossil, the same fossil, the same fossil. So you can watch continuation, then you can watch nice evolutionary change, and then you can see a second daughter species. Sometimes the first species keeps going sideways. This is punctuated equilibrium. And you can see complexity increase. In my creatures, I walked into this thinking, well, I've heard so much about no missing links, right? You hear about it in grade school. It's not true at all. Fossil record is filled with these things.
I agree with Peter as far as the lower taxonomic levels. I think at the level of species, that's absolutely true. When you get to, there are large punctuations at higher levels that I don't think where the transitions are not documented. You have the mammalian radiation, you have the Cambrian explosion. These kinds of events, I think, suggest that at the higher taxonomic levels, that the discontinuity that we see in the fossil record may well be real. Though, as I said, that's a question where that's not essential to.
Boy, we just found a nice amphibian, didn't we? Isn't that great?
Well, you still have no real transition to the actual. The pod is supposedly a transition to tetrapod.
Is Chris Seedor here?
You guys got
Chris. What do you think about that? No transition? You gonna go along with that? No, you're not gonna go for that, right?
That was Peter question. Steve, a question for you. Is it true that the Center for Science and Culture was responsible for successfully lobbying to include a provision in No Child Left Behind Act that would require states to include teaching the controversy of evolution in public schools?
Philip Johnson, the professor from Berkeley, was tapped to help draft that legislation. He's an advisor of our program and a prominent person in the ID movement, but not a fellow of the center. So
Okay. That's my follow-up's not on the card. My question though is then you guys, it's not just science.
It's not
right?
interesting. ID movements. A movement sounds political to me.
Movement.
ID movement. The cat is out of the bag.
Hold on one sec, Peter. That's question.
Well,
it just seems to me that's where we get it. It's not just science.
Yeah, of course, there's a political context to this discussion. I mean, that's
you have to try to promote this.
The politics is derivative of the fact that there are real scientific disagreements, and that we think that students should be permitted to know about those disagreements.
Question for both of you. How does the new knowledge of quantum physics help to bridge the gap within your conversation? Peter, does it? All right, you stumped him again.
Bruce Ballack helped.
Yeah.
We have a Bruce that works on that.
Is there a quantitative or mathematical means of expressing irreducible complexity? And if so, what's it based on? And if not, why not?
The concept as originally advanced by Behe was qualitative. The idea that irreducible complexity could be defined as a system of many well-matched parts that perform a function such that the removal of any one of them will cause the function of the system as a whole to lose, to be lost. There are quantitative innovations in our understanding. There is some more quantitative analysis that's coming online that will refine that definition further. There's a scientist at the University of New Mexico named David Keller who has noticed that not only do the many parts, for example, in the flagellar motor have to be present to get motility, but that the individual parts have to be built within very precise tolerances that enable you to begin to develop, and this observation begins to enable you to develop a quantitative understanding of the degree of complexity that may be involved in an irreducibly complex system. Similarly, there is work on the question of how, in an area of protein design, the question is how rare or common are folded protein structures within the space of all the possible ways that there are of arranging amino acids. It's a quantitative question. And some of this work suggests that there are certain there's a certain number of mutations that can occur and maintain a basic protein fold, but that multiple mutations at different sites end up effacing the structure of that protein before others come online. And that gives a sense of, again, what mutation can do and what it may not be able to do, placing some limits on mutation as an engine of biological change. So, and that's a quantitative aspect of our research program.
Peter, let's put the question to you. Is there a quantitative or mathematical means of expressing irreducible complexity?
Not that I know of. We're certainly, if you look at the Behe arguments, they're very strange. Joe Felsenstein, again, a theoretical geneticist in the back, has already come up with some very interesting mathematics that show that the Behe arguments just don't hold water at all. They require an assumption that's totally not the way the world works. They're saying that every mutation is always lethal. We know this isn't the case. And we know it isn't simply just...
We never claim that every mutation is always lethal.
Go back and look at your own literature.
No. Look at Behe's response to this paper in Science 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I mean, clearly there were two mutations there, but they did not produce an irreducibly complex system.
So, next question.
Okay. For you, your former UW colleague, Dr. Guillermo Gonzalez, has proposed intelligent design and cosmology, the origins of the universe, and his book's been praised by the Royal Academy of Astronomy and others. He has peer-reviewed. Do you admit that his work on intelligent design is real science?
Guillermo Gonzalez does some really good real science. What he studies is the metallicity in stars. And he's looking at what stars would have planets, what don't. That work is first rate. His work on galaxies is first rate. His book's a bunch of trash. It's just crap.
Okay.
Do you want to his book also results in a number of predictions. And since you've challenged me on this so many times, we'll put up tomorrow on our website some predictions that intelligent design makes.
Well, let me go back to Guillermo's book. Guillermo's book is called Perfect Planet. And
Privileged
Planet. I thought it was Perfect Planet. So Privileged Planet, Guillermo's utmost understanding is that we are the unique life form on the universe. And all the arguments, taking that given assumption, then all arguments he does tries to prove that. So that's where that comes from.
Steve, question for you. Does the intelligent designer update and modify his work?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Sorry?
Does the intelligent designer update and modify his work?
Evolution takes place, so that's...
Yeah, I think there may be, I think there are different loci of design in the universe along the timeline, and that there may be instances of design. We see them when we see large infusions of new information. So I think the Cambrian explosion is likely an event that owes its origin to design. I think that the fine-tuning of the laws of physics and chemistry at the beginning of the universe are evidence of design. I think the information that you need to build the first life is evidence of design. So those are at least three events that involve the designer updating his work.
Well, if we were to give you any telescope in the world, how could you go to that first one, the origin of the universe? Could you come up with a series of astronomical tests that would tell you that it was designed and not by natural forces?
Could you come up with a series of astronomical tests that would tell you that the many universe hypothesis, which has been proposed as an alternative to intelligent design, No, both of those theories at the cosmological level are theories which are contending to explain phenomena about which we already know.
Uh-oh. There's the man.
Oh, stop this.
We're running out of time. Is that what you're telling me? Last question. Oh, well, I'm going to change it a little bit then, since that's the last one. Somebody in the audience, Stephen, wanted to ask you the question, are you a Christian? And we talked a little bit about this before, and I thought it was an interesting discussion. So I'll put it to both of you. Do you think, one, that your own religious beliefs have any role in our discussion here tonight? First, you?
I am a Christian. I think my religious beliefs have made me more open to explanatory possibilities in science than I would be if I were strict materialist. Because if you're strict materialist, you can't consider that an intelligent cause played a role in any event prior to the advent of humans. So I think that it has engendered some methodological openness, the fact that I have a theistic perspective. The one thing I would like to say about this that is, I think many people do get confused in understanding this debate. I think that on both sides you have competing explanations of evidence. I think you have competing scientific theories of evidence, but both theories, a purely undirected evolutionary theory and an ideas of intelligent design, have larger metaphysical implications. And where Peter's been somewhat taciturn about that, many of the leading spokesmen in the Darwinian camp, Richard Dawkins, for example, was here a year or so ago. His famous quote is that Darwinism made it possible to become an intellectually fulfilled atheist. One of the things that we want to say is that you have to evaluate arguments and evidence straight up. It would be completely illicit for me to critique Dawkins by saying, to critique his scientific arguments by saying, well, you're an atheist and you have atheistic motives. We just want to be accorded the same respect and to have the arguments and the evidence and the experimental work that we do evaluated on the basis of that, not with motive mongering.
You know what?
Okay. And Peter, you get the last word, but can you try to answer our question in your concluding remarks? Can you try to answer that question about your own religious beliefs and does it have a role in our discussion?
Well, I just want to say that some of the greatest of all evolutionists, Fisher, Haldane, Dobzhansky, were devout Christians.
Hey, hold on.
There was absolutely, because religion and science are so separate. I mean, there is absolutely no conflict. Dawkins is totally.
Hey, could you just let him?
Hey, is that polite?
So good all
What's
night.
wrong with you, yahoos?
Now, huh?
This is a polite discourse. Only he and I yell at each other.
We're going to let you finish.
Again, Dawkins, I think, has done a huge disservice by saying that you're stupid if you're religious. I mean, this is idiotic on his part. There is no reason that a devout scientist cannot be a devout religious believer. The two are different hemispheres. If you study science, in fact, it makes you more wondrous. Just having the ability to test, just having the ability to understand nature, I think gives you a profound sense of religious awe. As for me, this week I'm a druid.
Okay, and with that, we're
up until the last three words, we found a good place to end with in agreement.
That's right, Peter. Thank you both. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate your questions. Thank you so much. Thank you.